Commissioners Retreat. We're at the lovely Cane Creek Park today with lots of guests and people here from Union County. We're glad to have everyone here. We're going to toss it over to our county manager, Brian Matthews, to get us started.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First off, as you said, we're at our lovely Lakeside Lodge here. I want to thank our Parks and Rec folks for helping us, prepare for this, and all the staff that got this ready. I wish the weather was better. Unfortunately, it's not a beautiful day like it was 70 degrees last week, but it is what it is. We've got a lot of staff members here. We have some members from the public. Thank you for attending. This is also being live streamed as well, so that the public can watch or go back later on and pull it up and look at it if they like. This is very informal today. You're going to hear some presentations from some of our staff members. Please, by all means, get input. This is just the beginning of our budget process. So I do want everyone to know this is informal, and it's really an opportunity for you to learn. I'm going to start off by, let's see if we can get this thing to work. All right, I'm just going to talk about the priorities that I have and that the management team and I have discussed that we will be presenting as part of the upcoming budget. And then we'll go from there to some of our presentations. So these are the high-level priorities that I want to focus on as far as the budget and some of our future needs in the organization. At the top says employment pay and benefits. As the board knows, we had struggled in the past where our salaries and compensation had dipped below and well below, in some cases, what the market was, and we were having difficulty attracting and keeping good, qualified employees. And that was really because salaries had raised significantly over time, and our pay structure had not really changed to adjust for that. The board was very supportive of letting us make changes to that over the last year. We still are behind, but we've made great strides when it comes to our employees' compensation and benefits. We are becoming more competitive, and that is great. But I do still want to focus on making sure we continue to be competitive. I'm not saying we should lead the market, but we should certainly be competitive when it comes to our employee salaries so we can attract and retain good quality employees. Efficiency and effectiveness. I know you're very interested in that. Commissioner Balcom has mentioned on a number of occasions, and I agree with him, that we really need to find ways to do things better, more efficient, and not necessarily always have to hire more staff to do that work. Sometimes you can't help it. You just can't accomplish it without additional staff and resources. But I do recognize that the government does need to be lean. I also want to point out, and I think I've told this board before, we are actually one of the leanest organizations in the state. We are fourth as far as employees per 1,000 in population, and that's impressive because your population does affect the type of work that you have to do, all of the things that you must provide to your citizens. So that's impressive that we are fourth as far as being the lean. We're eighth largest as far as population. So we have a large population, but we have a lean employee base, and that means they wear a lot of hats, they do a lot of work. So I appreciate that. And we want to maintain that efficiency and effectiveness. We want to strengthen that. You'll hear later on about our strategy and innovation group that we put together. They are going to help us with trying to find ways to do things more efficiently and effectively. Leadership and succession planning. What you may not know is in the next 5 years, 62% of our directors can retire. That is a significant loss if it all happens in our knowledge base here in the county. We want to find a way to make sure that we're ready for that wave of retirement. We're getting people ready to take over those roles. We may have to go out and hire outside, but what we'd like to do, if possible, is groom those individuals to take over those positions within. And so that's what succession planning is. It's also, getting those folks ready for a leadership role. So that's another focus I have. General fund operational capital. What that basically means is we have a lot of buildings that we have here. We're not doing a whole lot of building construction of new buildings, so we really have to focus on maintaining what we have. And to do that, we're gonna need to put some dollars into making sure that we are taking care of those resources and not doing a lot of deferred maintenance. Deferred maintenance is when you just kick the can, that's all you do. And we really can't do that when we're going to be trying to maintain our spaces that we have. It doesn't mean we don't need additional space. We're going to need additional space. We're trying to find creative ways to accommodate that, but we're gonna focus on what we can do to make sure we're maintaining the existing spaces. Countywide economic development. This board, I believe, has made a major commitment in economic development by creating our own economic development division here for the county. We did share those roles with the city of Monroe, and we're continuing to do work with the city of Monroe. But this is expanding our efforts throughout the county, and that's important. Our economic development staff's hit the ground running. They've got some, they met with you guys not long ago, gave you some of their priorities. We had a recent meeting with the French delegation that I think went very well, and that's about trying to attract some of that business here into Union County. So we've got a big focus on economic development, and part of that is going to be land acquisition as well as, the programs we need to make sure that we are attracting those businesses to come here. And then last, water and sewer capital plan. This is really just an update. The board previously approved a capital plan for water and sewer. It was over a $700 million capital plan. And that's impressive because that's a lot of money. And the board also approved a rate structure to accommodate that over the next few years. We're just going to give you an update on where that stands, give you some of the major plans and major projects that are going on, but just letting you know where that stands and how water and sewer is going with the county. So those are my priorities that I have as far as the upcoming budget and the upcoming years as far as the county goals. I'm going to turn this over to Van Harrell and let Van start with the reappraisal information. Thank you very much. Sorry about that, Van.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm Colin Clayton, and my staff, I'm not sure which way to look at this. Is this the most anticipated or most dreaded presentation? But we'll get through it and give you some relevant information since I'm working with it. So just a quick recap. Most of you have seen our presentations back in the fall and earlier last year. Where are we going to reappraise? Success story we can take. Again, the minimum is every 8 years. We're on a 4-year cycle, partly because of trigger mechanisms in the statute that have forced us into that. But then we have the board adopt a standing 4-year cycle in 2021. Just for information's sake, had we not adopted that, we did receive notice from the state in 2022, 1 year after our previous reappraisal, that we had to do in 25. So it was going to happen this year regardless. We don't establish fairness and equity. We bring that back into the tax base. Once you get away from your reappraisal snapshot in time, once you get away from that date, the further you are away from it, the tax base tends to shift because of the market value. And it provides a stable tax base. Just kind of recap this cycle. Like I said, last reappraisal was 2021. That year we had a 35.6% total increase in value in the county. Later that year, we adopted the 4-year cycle. Again, I touched on the notice. At the end of 2024, our final sales ratio was 66.87%. So that's how far we had moved off the market in the 4 years. Your goal is to be as close to 100% on that as possible during our reappraisal process. Progress to date, we are now up to 114,000 parcels, just above that. We have reviewed a lot of those. 60% total increase in market value across the county for the 2025 reappraisal cycle. Breaking that out by component, 63.5% is residential, 45% commercial. And I will say, to my staff's credit, we implemented some new, my goal was to implement some valuation procedures on commercial property for this year. If you go back to 2021, that component was only a 15% increase. So we were able to shift, because of the valuation techniques, some of that valuation increase to the commercial side. We had a 33.5% increase in exempt property value, so that money will come out. So that 60% is a gross number. We have to take exempt properties out, tax relief will come out of that, appeal loss, so that it won't be a 60% total when you're setting the number for the rate. One component that we look at carefully is rural land values. As a total, they're going up 94% this year. The land valuation, the sales numbers on vacant property throughout the county has been extremely high, and we have to reflect the market. Now, to that point, 65 to 70% of that value is deferred. So a lot of that does not get taxed, and so there's a large offset there. This is a snapshot or a glimpse into the top 10 counties by population since our last reappraisal. It covers a whole 4-year cycle. So again, in 21, we went up 36%. Guilford County went up 35%. Moved forward a year. That Mecklenburg, they went up 53%. So you can see the market was still climbing throughout all the counties as population size. A number of us are doing reappraisals this year, 2025. Probably the worst case scenario is Cumberland. Their administrator reached out to me earlier this week. They are going up 88% in their values in Cumberland County. We kind of fall in the middle. The lowest in 2025 reappraisal is Forsyth County. It's at 53. You got a couple above 70, and we're sitting right around 60. Buncombe did defer there. They were in the same level that we were. So let's look at our market. What we're seeing is a price that are still increasing, but not as rapidly. Brad, I've got a couple of members of my team here today. My reappraisal manager, Brad Helms, and my assistant administrator of real estate is Michael Thompson. But Brad made a good analogy a couple of days ago. The market's here. Asking prices have been up here. Asking prices are starting to line up with the market. You're not seeing a lot of these $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $100,000 above asking price that people have been paying before. December 2024, the median listing price in Union County was flat compared to 2023, but your median sales price is $438,000, average is $536, and that's data from Canopy MLS system. Days on market for the real estate, it shows it's slowing down a little. It's gone from a low of 9 days on market in April of 2022 to 58 days on market in 2024. Median sales price in January 2025 per Rocket Mortgage was $463,000 in Union County. Contributing factors, there's a number of things. We're in Aspirin region. From 16 to 21, the Mecklenburg County, Charlotte region as a whole was the 6th fastest growing region in the country at 8.1%. Union County and that grouping was the 3rd fastest growing county. And according to, you see population projections here from the Office of State Budget Management, it says we're still going to be in this cycle for a while. We have a continued strong real estate market in the county. I think values are going to be consistent with where we're at now, with minor changes from what we're seeing. Some of that's a supply and demand issue. And so when you've got supply constraints, and demand is up, those prices are still going to kind of fall in that category. Inflation and cost of construction still drives a lot of the costs, as we know. Sales volume by year. This goes back to 2021. You can see, again, the tail off here coming into 2024, but we're still over 10,000 sales per year in residential real estate transactions. Commercial, you're in that 300, 400, 500 range across the same time. Median sales price by year, you can see where it peaked and has come back down. But even in 2024, our median sales price for residential properties in the county, based on our sales data, the whole year was $500,000. Your commercial, I'm sorry, that's commercial. Your residential is $465,000. Here's the meat of the presentation. We'll kind of show you where the municipalities are, where the county is, and some of our statistical data as far as our quality control measures that we go through. Here's your 2024 valuation numbers. Again, this is based on 2021 values. So you're still a 3-year lag in the market from the last time the values were reset. We went from 32 billion in residential, the increase is up to 52.3. Commercial industrial, 3.8 to 5.6 basically. Exempt valuation, really going to 1.9 to 2.6 billion, for a total market value of 60.58 billion. There is a piece that's missing from this. When I imported the table into the presentation, the median home values dropped off the table, so I want to give you that information. In 2024, the median residential value was $293,000. That was based on the 21 reappraisal. The median assessed home value for Union County now is $403,000.
Can you say that one more time?
The median assessed value after the 21 reappraisal was $293,000. The new median assessed home value for the county is $403,000.
Thank you.
Our sales ratios, that's one of 3 measures that we use to make sure our work is of high quality and accurate. At the end of 24, again, that value is 66.87%. Our new internal study, we're at 99.76% market. Here's a table of your municipal changes. I think the winner, if you will, for lack of a better word, Wingate has the highest overall increase percentage-wise in the municipality in the county, which we thought was interesting, but I think it's one of those things where it doesn't take a lot. It didn't take a lot to move the needle out there. So when they started building, when construction started happening, it took off rapidly. But that kind of lines up with an article that was in the Charlotte Business Journal back in November. They listed the top the hottest housing markets in the Charlotte region. Wingate was #1 on that list as the hottest selling housing market for the Charlotte region, which surprised us. I mean, just knowing things in the county and then outside of the county, it was a little bit of a shock. Marvin takes the prize for the new highest median home value. Their median home value now is $1.1 billion in the town, in the village of Marvin. But you can see the rest here. All the jurisdictions are pretty much in line with where the county is. Mineral Springs, Unionville, Wingate, and Marvin are a little higher as an overall percentage increase in what the county was. But this kind of gives you where we're at there. Your commercial valuations, we've got the increases for each municipality here. They're all in that 30 to 28 to 45% range is where they fall. We speak to quality control. One of those measures is the sales ratio. So where does that fall? You don't want to be above 100. You don't want to be on 100 because we're not. Our goal is to get as close to that as we can get. But a couple of other things that the state looks at, that the IAAO, which is our membership organization we're part of nationally, they have some key statistics that we look at. One is your COD, this Coast Fishing and Dispersion. It's basically looking at the distribution of the data set and the average distance or the average amount from or percentage from the median value. Your goal is to be between 5 and 25, depending on the type of property it is. In 2024, we were at 18.79. With the reappraisal, our county-wide number is 8.53. So it's pretty tight. It's a tight distribution. Most properties are centered there around that median number. as we like to see that there. When you get into your more rural categories where neighborhoods are not similar, that number can be 15 to 25. And so, but overall, we're in that 8.53% range. The other one is your price-related differential, and that's talking about the uniform relationship between the sales price and the value of the property. Your goal there is to be right around 1. You have a range of 0.98 to 1.03. Our number is 1.004. That says we're, again, another indicator that we're right on where the market is indicating for home values. I want to talk about the appeals process just so everybody's fully aware of what taxpayers have available to them. There are 5 levels of appeals. One is the informal review. They'll send us their appeal after they get their notice. We'll review it with staff. We'll work to come to an agreed upon value with the taxpayer. Probably 90%, 90 to 95% of our appeals are handled at that level. If we can't reach an agreement with the taxpayer, they're allowed to appeal to the Board of Equalization and Review, which is appointed by the county. I think you took action last week, a couple of weeks ago, to appoint the chairman for 2025. So we got a good group of people there. And then from there, they can move on to the Property Tax Commission for valuation appeal. That's where it stops if it's about value. If they have a legal argument, then it can move into the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court if it goes that far. We rarely see anything go to that level. We've had a couple of taxpayers that like to find ways to get there, but Jason and his team and our attorneys do a good job of helping us out with that. Board of Equalization and Review for this year, Dutch Hartson is the 2025 chairman. We have 4 other members, Mark Ashcraft, Thomas Smith, Reverend Jimmy Benchin, and Robert O'Keefe. They will convene on April 14th, and the anticipated adjournment date is May 28th. That does not mean we will be done by then. Usually on a reappraisal year, we have meetings all the way through the summer and into the fall, depending on the level of appeals. I think in 2021, we were finished by July. We anticipate a 10% appeal rate. In 2021, it was less than 5. I will say Johnston County just sent their notices out, and they've had 2,500 appeals, and their window is closed. And so they're about our size. They're just outside of Wake County. So they had a good, and they went up just under 73%. So it was hectic for a few weeks, and we anticipate that. Staff's ready. Michael's ready. We're putting Michael's number on the notices. So I want to touch on our technology and customer service and what we're doing to facilitate more access to our office. Some of you have seen some of these tools. These are things the board has allowed us to invest in to make this process easier for taxpayers. The top of this slide is a screenshot of our property portal. If you recall back in, I think it was early last year, we sent out a postcard mailing to taxpayers. We launched this portal where they can go in and review their property and submit edits if they find a discrepancy that they wanted to bring to our attention. We probably had 1,200 or 1,300 taxpayers send us something through. Some of us about bedroom counts, which we don't necessarily track that, but if they see it and they disagree with the number, they'll submit that information for us to correct. That's the first step. So they'll go there, pull up their property, all the detailed information is there. And then from there, they can go into the appeals portal. Well, actually, this is a, back up, it's called Comper. Basically, it's a comparable sales database where you can go in, look at your property, pull your neighborhood, look at a radius around your neighborhood to see the sales that have occurred that we're relying on for this reappraisal. It works well. You can see the subject property would be the one in red, and all the sales around it are the yellow properties, and they can pull that information up. And the system actually allows them to adjust or make adjustments and does it automatically so they can see how they compare to the neighborhood. Here's the appeals portal. If you go there, you can link directly here from the property portal and submit your application and your appeal process. You can build your comparable worksheet. You can view your property record card, and you can submit all the appeal documentation. And we've set that we've enhanced the appeal piece. Last year it would just come in through email. Now there's a back and forth correspondence that we can generate directly from the system. Everything is stored online in this database, so it's easy access for the board, the taxpayer, and our office. I'd like to recognize staff and just give some special thanks. We've had a challenging 12 months. But they have worked hard and done a lot to get us to this point. This is all of our appraisal staff, our clerical data entry, the management team and supervisors, but I just want to make sure their names are out here because they're the ones that make this happen. We anticipate notices to be mailed in 2 weeks. So probably by your March 3rd meeting, you should have yours in hand or shortly after. We think they will hit the mail on Saturday, March 1st. At least that's the anticipation. With that, I'll take any questions.
Sure.
Question?
Van, first of all, thank you. Thanks for the update. I know that your team has done a tremendous amount of work on this. Couple of questions just for anybody that might be listening at home or in our audience. Can you further elaborate a little bit on the state requirement for us to do these reassessments? So as I understand it, the state dictates to us that this has to be performed every so often. So can you just reiterate that?
Yeah.
And as to what triggers these reappraisals?
So there's 3 possibilities for the timing of a reappraisal. Your maximum allowed window between a reappraisal cycle is 8 years. And if you have a county that doesn't grow a lot, there's not a lot of changes, not a lot of real estate activity, they're going to be fine going that 8 years. 20 years ago, the county I was working in before I came here, they could go 8 years and that sales ratio would probably still be 95% at this point in time. I think a little more active back then, but right now they're stagnant. Union County, we're not one of those counties. There's 2 trigger mechanisms for mandating a faster reappraisal, and we fell into that in 2015 and 2021. If you go back to 2008, we were on a 4-year cycle, and in 2012, after the bottom had kind of fallen out of the economy, the board elected not to do the 2012 reappraisal. 6 months later, we got a trigger notice from the state because the sales ratio was off. So if your sales ratio, and that's what the state keys off of, if you drop below, if you're considered a tier 1 county, which is what we are, if your sales ratio drops below 0.85, or if it goes above 1.15, you're required by statute to do a reappraisal within 3 years. We've hit it on both sides. We were the first county to hit it, period, after the statute was implemented. But then we hit it on the other side as well. So in 2012, our sales ratio was 119%. So we were almost 20% above market because the last reappraisal was done 1/1/08. So we did the reappraisal in 2015, and we lost 1%, 1 or 2%, I think, in value. That's how the market had recovered, and we were back to those 2008 values. Fast forward, 2017, when I was appointed administrator. We looked at the numbers, and I saw it coming. We talked to the manager at the time. We said we need to do a reappraisal in 2019. The board was hesitant to do that. And I let them know that within about 6 months, you get a notice from the state, they're going to have to do it. And sure enough, we did, because the sales ratio had hit 81, 82%. And so we hit it on both sides. It was affectionately referred to by some other counties and friends of mine as the Union County statute, because we were the only county that had ever triggered a reappraisal. Moved forward to 2022, 31 counties triggered a reappraisal because of that statute. We triggered it, but we'd already adopted a 4-year cycle. So it really doesn't apply to us anymore as long as we stay on this cycle, which will put our next reappraisal in 2029.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I think it's important for everybody to understand that this is not something that this board has sat here and said, you know what we should do? We should do a reappraisal, on everybody's property values. This is something that we're required to do by the state statute. And so I appreciate that. And the other thing I was gonna ask is, so first of all, this portal looks fantastic. And as you were talking, I was actually talking with Chair Merrill here, that this looks like it's gonna be a really good tool for us. However, I've got one concern, and you mentioned this, so you said that you were anticipating like 10% appeals.
That's what, when you go into a reappraisal year, that's what you expect.
So that's kind of the norm that
Yeah.
okay.
That's
So
what you aim for. If you're less, you're thrilled. And we again, in 2021, we had less than 5,000 appeals on 100,000 parcels.
Okay.
So we were in good, we felt like we were in good shape, even with that increase. We're anticipating a lot of calls. There's gonna be some sticker shock. obviously. But this is gonna give us a way to manage that effectively.
Yeah, and, I guess my question was gonna be, did we anticipate, more appeals now that we've got this online tool to do so? Is that, I just didn't know if that factored into your expectation, as far as the number of appeals we were gonna.
I don't think so. I think it allows us to serve the taxpayers better, because
Absolutely.
everything before, we relied on paper. And we all know how paper can get lost. And so this allows us to have that centralized. You can still do paper. And what happens because we do have residents that don't have a computer. They're not technologically savvy to work through a process online like this, which is perfectly fine. We expect that. So we will have paper forms available for them. They'll submit those, and then our staff will enter that appeal into the portal so that we have everything digital for both our purposes and the DER purposes.
And do we have, maybe those that may not be familiar with the process? I'm sure that your team is able to work with some of those folks to kind
Absolutely.
of assist them. Okay. One other thing, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues, but you mentioned, I think, 30, how many other counties were looking at a similar situation?
I think it's 31 counties that are doing a reappraisal this year. 19 did it last year. So in 24 months, you have half the state of North Carolina that's in a reappraisal.
So this is not a Union County issue?
No.
This is a statewide
Yeah.
issue? Yeah, great. Thank you, Van. Appreciate it.
So one of the things I wanted to give some kudos to Van and his staff, and he touched on it, is that they made a significant effort in trying to actually reduce the number of appeals or address them as much as they can up front before it gets to the Board of Equalization Review. And they've done a great job with that. And part of that is the investment that this board has allowed us to make in technology to be able to provide data for the folks that are out there making their appeals so they can see what they're up against, and the technology to help move through that appeal process. And you'll find that throughout this organization, the investment in technology has helped us be more efficient. And Van and his staff are, they're a prime example of how that's worked and how they've done a great job to make the appeal process a lot easier to work through. So I appreciate you asking that question, because we do anticipate there are going to be plenty of people, as Van said, with sticker shock. They're going to have it. But if you look at the sales ratios around them, we're spot on with what we're telling folks. So,
Anything else? Yes, sir.
Just to be sure, like, if you're in a community and you take comps of recent sales and come up with an average, that's sort of how you come to these values?
At a high level, yes. We work more on medians than averages, because with the average, you're looking at everything. With the median, you're gonna have outliers. So if your typical sales $150,000 to $200,000, if you have a $600,000 sale that's in that appraisal neighborhood, that can skew that number. So we don't move to the average. So we build tables based on cost of construction. We have resources that we use to pull that in, and then we look at a typical house in the county. We use that as a measuring point, and then they go plus or minus from there. There's a lot of calculations to go into it, a lot of data tables in our software, but it's all based on the schedule of values that you adopted back in November.
Okay. 60% just seems like a crazy number, but I know when you go try to buy something, you're gonna have sticker shock.
I can tell you I've been here, this is 21 years. I've been through, I came in during the 04 reappraisal, 2008, 2015, 2021. This is very reminiscent, and Brad's been here longer than I have. Brad came in 1999, I believe, so he's been here for a couple more. This is very reminiscent of the 2008 reappraisal. There was a lot of increase, and we had a lot of appeals. The challenge with that one was the market was very different, because a lot of it was tied into speculation and the subprime lending issues that happened at that time, which put a lot of things at risk, which is why things bottomed out like they did. We're not seeing that now. Lending restrictions are tighter, mortgage requirements are higher, So the market is stable. I think nationally, if you look at it, there's pockets where things are dropping, but generally, there's a supply issue nationally, and that's been in the news ad nauseum almost for the last 4 years. COVID kind of amplified that during that 2020, 2021 time period, and so I think that served as a catalyst to reset the market everywhere, and that's kind of what we're dealing with on this.
And your office deals strictly with real estate, right? Or do you deal with, the reason I ask, I've had several farmers calling me, they get these love letters from tax management associates.
Yes.
Wanting to be sure you're not overpaying on your taxes, and they want to come see their equipment.
So we deal with real estate and personal property, and so
Okay.
whether that's business, farmers, commercial, Tyson, ATI, any of those companies, all their assets and equipment, they use their tax files as well.
Okay.
Those love letters, as people affectionately refer to them, are audit letters. Tax Management Associates is a third-party audit firm that we use. I think there's probably 60 counties in the state that use them.
Right.
They're based here locally, and they go and work with taxpayers and us to review their records and make sure that they're in compliance with where they're supposed to be.
Okay, Brian Matthews, that's part of my reason for being so insistent that we get our value when we purchase something. Because we shake the farmers down, we shake them down if they have a old piece of equipment out here in the barn that they didn't list, that their grandpa gave them, that sort of thing. So if we're shaking these guys down, we need to be making good use of that money, you know? So that's something that I hear, you know, so that's.
And one thing, I will speak to that point. On the audit process, we work with taxpayers very closely, especially if we use it more of a education process once it gets to us. We do some audits in-house, but most of them are through tax management. We'll work with them to make sure they're aware of what they should be filing, because there are people out there that genuinely do not know that this, because I'm in business, I've got to list this as a business asset. And we work with people. We also depreciate it. So if it's 20 years old, it's going to have very minimum value. There's a chance if it's an old tractor their grandfather gave them, we're not going to, that's going to have little to no value, wouldn't generate a tax bill at all. So we work very closely with them and staff is good at walking through that process with taxpayers.
My final question on this, do they get paid based on the value of stuff they find and get to charge the citizens? Do they get paid a percentage? Is that how that works?
No, that changed, it's the way it used to be. That changed back in 2005, 5 or 6. The contingency fee audits were outlawed in North Carolina. So we're paying the funds whether we find anything or not.
Okay.
And our goal, actually had a conversation, we had a budget meeting earlier this week with Jason and Blake. Our goal, we know this is an investment that we need to make for compliance purposes, but our goal is to not have a discovery. Because then we've done our job to educate taxpayers and to inform them this is how you should be listing and what you should be listing to be taxed through your online, through your listing forms for business property.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, now we'll turn it over for the Union EMS update. Thank you, Van.
Thank you, Dan.
I was told to stand in front of the microphone.
That or hold, either way. You wanna hold it, you can hold it.
As long as you can hear me, I'll stand right here. All right, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Some new faces that I haven't met yet. My name is David Hyatt. I'm the Chief of Union EMS. Before I get started, I just want to thank some of the board members that have been here last year through your support, your leadership, in supporting our endeavors to really help out our EMS system and support the county. And I'm pleased to present some positive things that have come from that leadership and that support and how we've improved the delivery of pre-hospital care in Union County. So the first slide I want to show you is staffing, and looking at 2024. Last year I presented, and I believe it was around January, February this time last year. We were sitting at about 19 vacancies on the paramedic side, and this is relatively consistent across the country. Paramedics are hard to get a hold of, they're hard to keep, they're moving into hospitals and other settings. North Carolina really opened the floodgates for every EMS agency during COVID when they allowed alternative practice settings, and paramedics left EMS by and large and went elsewhere to make money, to not sit on a truck. But Union EMS, we were sitting around 20 vacancies or so. We had a handful of EMT vacancies. That started declining just a little bit with some of our investments in sponsorship programs, sending people to EMT schools, sending people to paramedic school, paying them to be present and come work for us when they're finished. And then in May, we transitioned a lot of those paramedic vacancies into EMT vacancies with the board's approval to put on BLS trucks in July. And so you'll see the green increase, which is our EMT vacancy, and the blue decrease. Right? And then since July, we've been able to cut vacancies on both sides down relative to the number. So you're going to see we're much easier able to hire EMTs than we are paramedics. So we were able to hire a load of EMTs. I think we hired a total of 52 personnel last year alone. The hiring department brought somebody in every single month, actually a group of people every single month. And we finished the year in the single digits of vacancies on the EMT and the paramedic side. This corresponds with the increase in the percentage of hours staffed on trucks. So in our contract, we're supposed to maintain a minimum of 14 and 11 trucks on the road at any given time. And 14 during the day, 10A to 10P, 11, 10P to 10A. We hit 90% by the end of 2024, achieving those hours, which is the highest we've seen since 2019. So tremendous success from the team, and a lot of work went into that, getting people on board and getting them out to the trucks. So that percentage is actually the net result of efforts. That's not people just employed by us. Those are people actually staffing the trucks and running the calls. Related to our BLS trucks, I wanted to highlight some of the performance of our trucks. When they went live in July on the 911 side, they ran, and I'm actually going to have to grab the mic so I can see all the numbers. So they ran 141 calls in month 1, 121, and now in December they're finishing at 421. It's a little lower in the beginning months because we were having trouble, we weren't having trouble, we were hiring people and getting them out into the field. So we started out with about 1 per shift, 1 BLS truck per shift, and that has increased up to about 3 on average per shift in the month of December, relating to about 12 to 13% of our total call volume going to the BLS trucks. Most importantly is the safety of our BLS crews and the patients that they're providing care for. I believe when I presented the idea of BLS, threshold I set for under triage was 5%. We wanted to be below 5%. And by under triage, we're defining that as if we dispatch a BLS truck to a call, the number, if they have to request an ALS unit to back them up, we are considering that under triage. And that is a very conservative view of under triage. But we have maintained, that blue line shows we have maintained less than 5% of all of our calls that have gone to BLS trucks have been under triage, and we were less than 1% under triage rate in December. The majority of the calls, when we looked at what was actually being under triaged, the backup was requested for pain management. So if somebody fell and they had an injury to their leg and the BLS crew didn't want to move them to inflict pain or cause the patient discomfort, they went ahead and requested an ALS unit to support them with some pain management or therapy on scene, and then allowed the ALS truck to transport.
David, it's been about a year since we talked about this. Can you just give a refresher on what ALS and BLS
Sure.
is?
Thank you, Brian.
It's a very good point, I'm sorry.
I mean, when I hear ALS, I'm thinking something totally different.
Okay, so the way we define this is advanced life support is a paramedic on a truck, right? So a paramedic can do very invasive skills from intubation, chest decompression. We can stop your heart, start your heart, give you a tremendous amount of medications. A paramedic goes to school for right around a year to become a paramedic, and they are the what you call the peak of 911 provider level outside of critical care transport. Then you have your advanced EMT. In our system, we consider those in the basic side of things just for ease and convenience. But your advanced can do IVs, they can give a little bit of medications. They can't do more advanced skills like the paramedic, mainly your cardiology stuff, but they can do some advanced skills to help patients along the way. And then basics, your EMT is your basic life support. Those are your BLS providers. They do very rudimentary life-saving skills. So they can't intubate you, but they do have a special airway tube that they can put down to breathe for you. They can do compressions, they can manage cardiac arrest care, with the exception of drugs or medication therapy or electrical therapy. They don't do IVs and they don't treat pain besides what you would find over the counter like Tylenol or Motrin. So, but they can stop bleeding and they can recognize stroke and get you to an appropriate facility. They can help manage your seizure without the medication by keeping you from aspirating or, you know, it's less invasive skills. Questions on?
No, that's great, thank you.
Triage.
Triage.
Yeah.
Triage is a very basic skill. Every provider is taught triage. Even our first responder system, they're all very familiar with the triage system. So we use Jumpstart in our system. So we can go in more depth if you'd like, or if that suffices.
And
Okay.
sometimes under triage is through no fault of our own. Sometimes
Correct.
when a caller calls in and says, you know, they're having these symptoms, based on what the process a 911 call taker has to go through, they say it's a BLS call. A lot of times, not a lot of times, some of the times, a BLS truck will get there and realize it is a more serious call than they thought on the phone. And that's when that's what's considered under triage. When you send a level of care, you need a higher level of care than what's there. And that's when they have two options. They can either call in an ALS truck, they can call in a supervisor, or at that point they can transport to a hospital. So even having a BLS truck close to one of those calls, it lets them get them to the hospital quicker than if they had to wait on an ALS truck.
You were giving some numbers earlier. You
Yes,
said you had 14 trucks during the day, I believe,
Yes,
and how many at night?
11.
And are those trucks divided out between being BLS and ALS? Like, is there a separation in the trucks?
So under our contract, we are required to maintain 14 during the day, 11 at night, with no more than 5 being BLS. And so that number's a little fluid with staffing changes, call-outs, injuries, which I'm going to get into that, gives us a lot of flexibility and it helps keep trucks on the road. Absolutely. But one of the things Patrick was saying was, you know, we have a very dynamic system. If somebody calls, let's put a BLS truck is sitting in Waxhaw, for example, and the ALS truck is in Weddington, right, at Wesley Chapel's fire department. And, you know, that distance isn't very far, but that is 10 to 12 minutes. It does stack up. And a call comes in downtown Waxhaw for a severe allergic reaction. Generally, that's going to be an ALS call, an advanced life support call. And every day of the week it is. As long as the patient provides the information CCOM needs to triage that call properly, it will be. And in one case in October, it was. And we knew that truck getting from Wesley Chapel to Waxhaw was going to take greater than 10 to 15 minutes. And so we dispatched with the ALS truck, the BLS truck. And the BLS truck got on scene, administered epinephrine, recognized severe allergic reaction, and got that patient to Waxhaw before the Wesley Chapel truck even made it to Waxhaw. And so we know the BLS trucks are making a difference in the patients that they're responding to, even when the acuity is beyond their scope of practice or level of care. And so Our goal is to continue to see that under triage rate, the number of times we have to request a higher level of care stay below 5%. And you, Chair, you asked about our staffing. So I wanted to highlight our chemical makeup of our staffing. And so the ALS hours staffed, those are your ambulance, right? So the total column is the total hours staffed of ambulances. The blue portion is a paramedic level ambulance being staffed. The green portion is a BLS or advanced EMT level being staffed. And so as you can see, the blue is staying relatively consistent across the period, with the green is what's increasing. It's increasing our total number of trucks. So we know that the number of EMTs we're putting on the road directly correlates to the increase in staffing that we're seeing. And that's how we're hitting that 90%. If we didn't have BLS trucks on the road, we would really be struggling to sit above 75% on our staffing. And so how has this impacted our response trend across the county? And so the dotted blue line is going to show our countywide 90th percentile goal, which is 1259. In July, we were sitting above that, and we continue to sit above that, but that solid blue line is trending down, especially that trend line starts changing when our staffing increased between September and October on the BLS side. So as our staffing went up, we saw our countywide response time trend down. The average hasn't changed significantly, but we are well below what our 90th percentile requirement is on our average. And then I added the staffing line in for comparison to show the relationship between the two.
I have a
Yes, ma'am.
question. What about the response time from point A to the hospital? Because I've had paramedics come to me and complain about the GPS system,
Okay.
that it's taking them around the quickest route, and they have to call in to get permission, even though they know GPS is wrong, they know another route.
Okay.
Can you address that?
Yes,
Because that's a
ma'am.
big concern with paramedics, that they're having to call in, and if they don't get approval to go the route that they know that's quicker, that they get written up.
So a couple things. We do have a GPS system in there. All trucks have a QR code for teammates to fill out an issue if it provides a different route. All teammates have been advised to follow the route that best gets them to the scene. Obviously, if it's telling you to make a right, a left, and a right to keep going straight, essentially, don't follow that route.
Okay.
It is unequivocally untrue that anybody has ever been threatened to be written up for not following a GPS.
Okay.
That has never come from me,
Okay.
nor my leadership that I'm aware of.
Okay.
And David, we had talked about this a little in the past.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes these trucks aren't necessarily designed for some of the curvy roads in Union County. So there are times where there is a quicker route, but it is not the safest route for a truck to be on, especially when you get into some of the wooded areas, more rural areas. So there are times that they do have to take a longer route just to ensure the safety of the passenger. So there are times that happens as well.
Yeah, the GPS system uses our historical speed instruction. We have one person that stays on that as best they can to keep that updated. And it is quite a tasking job. And, you know, we have gone into the system to the best of our ability with the information the field crews are relaying to us. And we've asked them multiple times, if you're seeing issues or you're seeing a navigation, send us the information. We have a monthly follow-up with BCS, the company that does this, to go through every single issue that's reported and find out why and how do we fix it, right? When you get a GPS system, it's a blanket. It hasn't been programmed like Google Maps. So it needs speed profiles put in for gate codes that are in Weddington, Wesley Chapel area, gates that haven't been programmed. Because it's going to see a road and a speed profile of like 30 miles an hour, and it's going to try and cut you through there. And it might be a residential area that you don't want an ambulance cutting through with speed humps or speed tables, right? So all of that has to be fine-tuned for Union County, and the only way to get that is our teammates to actually submit that information to us. So. Looking at EMS usage across the last 7 years. So FY 2017 was really the first full dynamic approach that we took when we shut down our second station in Stallings and we moved everybody to a central base for deployment. And so since 2017, the utilization of EMS resources in Union County has grown. Let me pull the exact number. I don't want to misquote here. 14.8% since then with no change in our staffing model, and 12% growth in our billable transports and treatments. So those are the ones that take longer on scene, where we're either treating and releasing or we're transporting a patient. And so what this is really doing is this increase in volume and utilization erodes at our operational readiness at our current staffing level. And so it's something for the board to consider, that the demand of EMS services in Union County is growing since the inception of our 911 or dynamic model. So some of the highlights is the BLS crews, they have contributed to a reduction in the countywide response times. This reduction is highly attributed to our reduced outer and inner times. We have 3 zones in the county. We have a core, inner, and outer. Your outers are your New Salems, your Lanes Creeks. It's helped make ALS resources more available to respond to those calls in a timely manner. It's provided system flexibility to respond to staffing changes. So if I have a historically, if I had a paramedic call out, that EMT couldn't get on a truck and run 911 calls. Now if I have a paramedic and an EMT call out, I pair up the 2 spare EMTs and I still have a truck on the road. My net loss isn't 2 anymore, it's 1. So it allows us to be more flexible and responsive to the agency needs, the system needs, in the county. And BLS has been safely supplementing our EMS system since July, and it's increased our availability of our ALS resources, which is ultimately the goal. Take away our low acuity calls off the ALS providers so they can be available for the high acuity calls throughout the county. And then continued challenges, really the EMS usage growth under the existing department structure. I think that's going to continue to be a challenge. EMS utilization is trending up, and we have to be responsive and grow in conjunction with that trend to make sure that our operational readiness meets the demand of the county to meet the time requirements that the county is looking for. And then paramedic recruitment retention, that's going to continue to be a challenge as hospital at home programs across the country expand, as alternative care practice settings really grow, and paramedics are being used in places of nursing. Attracting and retaining paramedics is going to be a challenge. And then just EMS provider burnout. Our providers are running more calls per shift now than they were before with that increase at the same staffing level. So one of the ways that we have proposed to do this in response, in addition to adding our BLS trucks, is implementing a hybrid model in which we have static locations and dynamic locations. This also puts us in the community, in those more rural areas of the community that are harder to reach. And so if there's no questions here, I'm going to move to our static plan.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Just sort of out of curiosity, you said there's more calls per shift now.
Yes.
Is that in part due to drug overdose, that sort of thing?
I don't know that I could put my with our general growth and the aging of our population. That would take a lot of diving for me to dive into.
David, before you move on, the 14 and 11, when was that put in place as a goal?
I want to say it was 2017 or 2019. I don't know off the top of my head the exact year.
And I just want the board to understand that I think it's actually been longer than that. It might be back into 2015 when we started talking. So you're talking about 10 years of an aging population, of a growing population, and we haven't increased the number of paramedics or EMTs in that amount of time. it hasn't necessarily been an issue because we've been struggling to hire back to where we wanted to be. Now that we are seeing some success in that, I think looking forward is we need to look at what the demand of the county is going to require for the next 10 years. You heard David said earlier that a lot of his staff is new. And one of the things I hear, and you probably hear, is some of the people in our community, our firefighters, they don't know the paramedics, they don't know the EMT because they are so new. So that is a challenge that David mentioned, is keeping and retaining those folks, because it takes a while to learn EMS and it takes a while to learn Union County. And the longer we can keep folks here, the better they are positioned to respond to the community. So I just wanted to mention those two things before you move on.
Thank you. So these 5 locations on the screen are our proposed static locations. We're going to dive into each location, kind of what it offers and what's nearby. Shaded in the purple, and this is our marvelous modeling we use for a lot of our deployment planning, but shaded in the purple is representative of a 10-minute response time for that truck from that location. So remember, the whole slice of the pie, that's 74 to 75, would be covered in dynamic zone, just due to its demand and volume, that we're going to have to continue to move resources in that area. Having static locations right now isn't going to satisfy the need of that area for us. So we're looking more at the rural areas right now from a coverage perspective. Post 1, best. This is up by Fairview. So 7402 Concord Highway. It covers 96 square miles. It's convenient access to 218 and 601, giving it a lot of room for coverage. We also know that this area has some growth up there, and it's going to continue to grow in call volume. The demand model that's showing on the background as that underlying surface really looks at 3 years. So it doesn't quite capture the growth that we see in the last year as well. So the little green spots that start popping up on that map are really focal points for us because they can tend to get blurred out with all the red and everything else for the historical volume. So around Post 1, there is some new demand popping up in that region just due to growth and traffic pattern changes. So nearby structures include the old Fairview Volunteer Fire Department, that building. Location 2, 4209 Tarleton Mill, or around that area. It covers 88.5 square miles. It gives us good access going up New Salem Road, out to New Salem area. And then there is a potential future site of a New Salem Fire Department. I'm not sure where that stands with the county, so I don't want to speak too much there. There's really not a lot of other structures that would be suitable in that area for an EMS substation at this time. So we looked at residential. The only other option would be to build our own. But this is a great location, and once again, growth and access. Then 5408 White Store Road. This is 81 square miles. Allen's Crossroads Volunteer Fire Department is located here. This also is at a great intersection for access and travel and provides coverage on the backside of the city, on the south side of Monroe, as well as Wingate and Marshville, and gives us easy access into those areas. And then West Sandy Ridge Road and Wolf Pond Road, Alton Ridge, or Alton, 68 square miles. Really not any volunteer fire stations located in the immediate proximity. About 2.5, 3 miles down the road is Sandy Ridge. But that puts us really far out of that time compliance that we're looking for and access to Wolf Pond Road. Wolf Pond gives us great north and south travel, as well as Sandy Ridge to the east and the west. And it gets us down all the way into the south end of the county, down towards that Lanes Creek coverage. But there is some residential structures that are for sale in that area, as well as land opportunities. And then lastly, the 8323 Lancaster Highway, which is 76 square miles. This gives us great coverage up into the south side of Waxhaw, which is difficult to cover, and into Jars and some of those more remote areas. One of the things we've found over time is, people down towards Jars, they don't call 911 for their stubbed toe. They call 911 when they really need us. And we want to make sure that we have a substation that is in that area to provide them care. Because those long response times down in that area, we're not okay with that. But Jackson's Fire Department is right there, squarely located on that site. So these are our 5 proposed locations. Guess I should have ended with that screen, but any questions?
This in the budget as we move closer to the start of the new fiscal year, but we just wanted to kind of give you an update. We told you last year we'd come back with a station plan. We are not trying to go out and spend a bunch of money on new stations. We try to partner with area volunteer fire departments or existing structures as much as possible. We do think this will help get those trucks in the community. If you live in New Salem or Lanes Creek, you're going to know that there's an ambulance at that station. And I think that's something that we've missed with the dynamic model a little bit. And I think that will go a lot to put the community's mind at ease that there are resources in the area.
So what is the goal for full deployment in this static deployment?
What, from time frame, how?
Yeah, timeframe.
I would say as soon as possible. These are not all going to come online at the same time. There are obviously some that we're farther ahead on, but I would say within 3 years, we probably want locations for all 5 of these posts.
3 years for all 5.
Yes.
This is a great retention plan as well. One of the feedback I'm sure you all have received from my teammates is they don't want to be in trucks. Sitting in a 12-hour truck, eating meals in a 12-hour, at 12 hours in a truck. It's not a fun time. So I equate it almost to my time in the military over in Iraq. I spent a lot of time in a Humvee, and I spent some time in a truck. And it's that's your office, your home, and there's some patients you don't want sitting in the front seat of your truck if you got to sit in it for 12 hours. And so getting them an opportunity to get out of the truck, get away, stretch their legs a little bit, be somewhere away from the elements during winter, and it gets a little rough out there, and have a place that they can go back to and make a meal that's not at a QT. Nothing against QT, we love them, they're very supportive, but that's not at a gas station.
So along those same lines, I know in years past, in the past couple of years, we had talked about having, using like our schools as a place, like a hub for them to hang out, or, fire stations, and a place for them to go use the restroom, the break room. Are we doing any of those things, like partnering with our schools, especially, I'm thinking about our middle school and high schools that have CTE, and you and I have talked about that many times as a possible recruitment tool, to grow our own.
Sure.
Are we using any of our school? We've got 53 schools across the county. Are we using any of those locations for EMS?
We are not. We've had a lot of discussions with the schools on that, and there's some challenges with using schools. One is twice a day there is a lot of traffic in and out, so if you put an EMS truck at a school, it's possible that they can't be able to respond. The other issue is a lot of the resources that they would need, the kitchen, the bathrooms, are centrally located in a school. So then you have paramedics that are inside a school trying to get to a truck to respond. And then if they stay in the truck, they also become, it's bad to say, but they become a target, because a shooter would know that EMS has access to that school, and if the EMS personnel are outside that school, they then become a target to gain access. So we have had a number of discussions with the school about using the facilities, and it's just we haven't come up with a school or a property that works real well for that yet. If we get to a point where we can't find locations in some of these posting areas through a volunteer fire department or a church or some other option, that may be our only option, is to use a school. But at this point, there are just a number of concerns with it.
Okay. The school shooter scenario, definitely, I understand. But like when you have a bus parking lot that sits empty all day long, and it's right there by the cafeteria and the restrooms, I'm struggling to agree on that point.
And we can continue to have those discussions. It's just those a few times a day when you do have parents coming in, buses coming out, it
So-
would be,
Where the buses come in, so I understand all that, but, which is very different than where the car line gets backed up with parents. You know, that access point is completely different than, you know, where staff may come in or where buses come in. But I definitely would like to talk about that
Sure.
a little bit more. I mean, because I think we've been talking about it for a couple of
long
years
time,
now.
yeah. And I would say,
And the only reason I continue to bring it up is because how beloved our SROs are.
Mhm.
And what an impact that makes on, you know, an elementary student, a middle school student, a high school student who's trying to figure out what am I going to do with my life. You know, I just feel like we could capture return on investment when you're the #2 performing school district in the whole state. You know, why not capture, you know, some of those people? But
and David, I do think you are doing quite a bit with the school system on retention
Yeah.
and recruitment, not necessarily the facility, but you do have a good working relationship on trying to
Yes,
grow
sir.
those folks.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and I wish I had the numbers on the size of the juniors program across the state, because we would probably have the largest in the state at 90 students, as well as the HSA. We're working with the HSA at Monroe, and I know they've got, I believe it's 2 or 3 students in the EMT class currently. And then we're doing all of our sponsorships through South Piedmont and Rowan and Central Piedmont. So we've actually got 5 paramedics in sponsorship programs currently,
has
paramedic
Wingate
students.
University been, has anyone spoken to Wingate University? I mean, because when it comes to education, we always try to use Union County Public Schools, SPCC, and Wingate. So I didn't know, they have a lot of programs there in the medical field. I didn't know if there had been any conversations with Wingate.
No, we haven't really started conversations from the standpoint of starting a program. South Piedmont has definitely filled that need for us. And a lot of it has to do with workforce development versus a degree program.
Right.
That's the word I'm looking for. Wingate's definitely focused on that degree track, and South Piedmont fills a lot of that workforce development. Most paramedic programs today are under the workforce development side. So.
Okay, thank you.
Just real quick, so to Chair Merrill's point, and going back to what you were just discussing about concerns over like traffic patterns with schools and whatnot, I mean, really, this is only going to be an issue like, what, 2 hours out of the day? You know, so early in the morning versus, you know, afternoon when school recesses for the day. That's going to be your main, you know, time for increased traffic there at the school facility. And I don't even know, this may be completely off the table, but what about partnering businesses in our area? I mean, it looks like to me that could be advantageous for both the business as well as, you know, our folks to have kind of maybe a facility there to share a break room or a restroom, something like that, you know, to give them some relief from being in the truck all day. Has that been explored by chance? And there may be some legalities there, I'm not sure.
No, I
Part of the challenge is that, you know, most of these areas are rural, so there aren't a lot of businesses in the rural areas, and if they are, they may be a home occupation or something to that effect. So it doesn't mean there aren't any, just keep in mind, these are rural, you're not gonna find a lot of business locations out there.
Which is why I guess volunteer fire departments was part of the
And that's
discussion.
a major focus first. If we can't make that work, then obviously we're looking for every other opportunity, because the last thing we wanna do is build new if we don't have to. That's the last thing. So first, find where we can partner. Then if we can't partner, just can't make that work, then ultimately it is, do we need to build? But that's the last one that we would try to accomplish.
And we have had discussions about possibly being able to use the schools for EMS personnel to stop while they are out, because there are only 5 static locations proposed. That means there are 11 trucks elsewhere in the county that don't have a place to call a home. So we have had some of those discussions where it might not necessarily be a static posting location, but they could utilize the facilities to get out of the truck, heat a meal up, take a seat, that sort of thing.
We hear you. We're working on
53 schools, keep it in mind.
it. We're working on it.
They're everywhere.
Yeah, we will bring you options once we've identified what we're able to accomplish and continue to look at those options.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I just want to say thank you because, you know, being on this board for 2 years, I just want to say thank you for all of the, you know, creative ways that you've been able to take care of EMS. And I know that your staff and your team are doing a really, really great job. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, and I appreciate your guys' support and continuing to make this a better EMS agency for Union County. So, thank you.
Thank you, David. Imagine that, we're actually right on time for a break. We're like right on time.
Nail it.
You'd like a break? You got a 15-minute break till 11 o'clock.
On here, so we're back at it from our break here. The next portion of our retreat here is really getting into our financials and our capital. I'm going to turn it over to Jason May and let him start on some of our financial stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Good morning. My name is Jason May. We met just over about a week ago. Today is day 13 for me. I joked with Chris just a second ago that we'll see whether that's a good harbinger or not. Being day 13, I wanted to piggyback on what Van said. Look, I'm going to have a short presentation for you this morning, but most of this work has been done by my team. So I want to say a big thank you to Blake. This has been put together by them. I'm still trying to learn where the bathroom is and make sure that I know where my office is at the moment. So I feel like I'm doing better with that. So I wanted to start. I always start budget kickoffs by saying that we're getting ready to begin a very long process that's going to take a short period of time. We're here in the middle of February. In less than 4 months, you'll have a budget in front of you, and so we'll be going through that process. There's an awful lot of behind-the-scenes work that's happening right now. One of the things I don't have for you is very strong numbers, because if I give you numbers today, they're going to be out of date before I go sit down. Because right now there are people taking in money and there are people that are spending money in current fiscal year that's going to affect what we look at when we go to FY26. When we look at our larger two revenue sources, the first is ad valorem. And so we have a bifurcated rate here that adds up to 58.8% cents on the $100 of valuation. Right now, we're projecting in FY25 that's going to be about 99.6% of budget. That'll change. That'll go up probably a little bit. Historically, we've been a little bit over 100, but at this point in time, through the major part of the property tax process, we are doing very, very well on our ad valorem. The one thing that I wanted to mention to you as a newcomer coming in is that for every $100 of ad valorem tax that we bring in, $68.61 goes to Union County Public Schools, and $31.39 goes to Union County government. It's a very, very large gap. It's 2 to 1. So every dollar that we bring in, $2 goes. Every dollar that the county gets, $2 goes to the school. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to verify.
Yes, ma'am.
Does it go to Union County Public Schools or does it go to education?
That's
Education.
Education as a whole, so at South Piedmont,
Yes.
County Public Schools as well as our charter schools.
Okay.
Yes.
Because when people hear that,
Yes, ma'am.
they're like, well, my kid doesn't go to Union County Public Schools.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's very important that everyone understands it goes to all the charter schools,
Yes,
in
ma'am.
and out of Union County, SPCC, and Union County Public Schools. All education.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. Moving over to our second largest revenue source is sales tax. Again, this has been very volatile coming through the pandemic. A lot of the budget officials that I know at this point in time are really taking FY20, 21, 22, and part of 23 and throwing them out the window. Because you had a very large increase in inflation, and now you've had inflation come back down, although this morning it was reported at 3%, which is a growth, so we're not going to see probably tax or interest rates drop anytime in the next couple of months as we go through it. But again, at this point in the year, we're projecting at 99.6% actuals to budget number as we go through that. The thing that I always like to make sure that folks understand is that this isn't 3 months in arrears. So right now I have about 4 months worth of data here in 7 months. So I really don't even have 50% of what we're going to collect this year to date so far, because we just received in October what citizens paid taxes on in July. So that puts us a little bit behind the 8 ball to be able to catch up on that. That's why when we'll get to our next slide in just a second, when we get into April, we have much better numbers at that point in time, because we have 3/4 of the year of most of our revenues. We have a larger amount of our sales tax, and we have most of our ad valorem at that point in time. There are intergovernmentals that we get from the federal government that don't come in until late in March or April, and so we'll know those by the time we get to April 15th as well. So far, at this point in the year, we're looking at about a little over $3.3 million to the good. So we're bringing in more revenues than we are spending, which is what we always want to do. But again, this number is right here, out of date by the time we do it. Ms. Beverly is closing out the month of January right now. It just closed out yesterday. So we're going to start updating. This was just through mid-December. So we'll be updating these numbers as we go. Each time you see me, unfortunately, I'm probably going to have a whole set of new numbers for you each time I go through this.
Well, if they keep going in that direction, that's fine.
Yes, sir. We're going to do everything we possibly can to make sure that that continues. So just a couple of key dates that we're looking at. So April 15th, as I just said, we're going to have third quarter revenues and expenses by that point in time. We'll have a little bit more information as far as capital requests. The manager mentioned operating capital, so we'll have a little bit more understanding of what those operating capitals we'll need for next year. By the time we get to May 15th, the public schools will have their budget requests submitted to the county commissioners. May 23rd, the manager should have the recommended budget to the clerk's office. June 2nd is when we're planning on doing presentation. And June 16th is when we're planning on adoption. So we're sitting here on May the 13th, May 12th, excuse me, February 12th. I'm throwing dates all around. And in literally 4 months, you're going to be in the heart of this. You're going to be into budget, and you're going to have a formatted budget at that point in time. So I know that's kind of high level. More than happy to try to answer any additional questions, but I can tell you that right now my team is meeting with departments. We're going through trying to gain an understanding of where they are this year, anything that's happened this year that's going to affect next year's, both on the revenue side and on the expenses side, and that we hope to, over the next couple of months, have more information and be able to answer any more specific questions that you may have.
I have a question that's probably more for the manager or, I guess, the board. Do we typically do a budget workshop as we get closer to that May date? Or take it in pieces at future meetings? Or what's the general practice?
So we've done it different ways. We usually typically try to have a work session with the board about the budget, and actually usually several. So we work with the board to develop a schedule for you to have work sessions on the budget, and we focus on that because there's a lot going on. So we will be working with you to schedule those. Now, they may fall on a normal meeting time, and we just focus just on budget if we don't have any other items. It really depends on how, our agenda is panning out. But we will develop a schedule, work with you to develop times and dates, and then put that on the calendar.
And I think you mentioned previously, we're looking towards March for a joint meeting with UCPS.
That is what we are hoping to have is sometime in March with a joint meeting with public schools. Yeah.
Thank you.
And of course, as Jason mentioned, the numbers are always being refined. And as we get better data, we get closer to giving you better information. Obviously, the revaluation is going to play into a lot of this. We don't have that data yet. We have some that we presented to you, but it's not finalized. But that will play into, what is the revenue neutral rate? We have to show you what the revenue neutral rate is in an appraisal, and I want to clarify what revenue neutral means. There is a state design. There is a state formula for how you calculate that. That does allow you to actually have some growth within that number. In the past, we've been asked to give you what is the revenue neutral if you don't include growth. We will show you that information. We will give you that. But for purposes of the state, there is a formula specifically for revenue neutral. We'll give you both those numbers, so you'll have that. Just be aware again, things are always morphing as we get closer to when budget is ready for you guys to get a final version from myself. And then you start actually tearing it apart from there.
How do you determine revenue neutral when the current fiscal year isn't even over yet?
Well, like I said, there's a formula that goes into how you calculate that.
So part of it you have to project out because you don't have
You do.
Probably the last quarter of the fiscal year.
Yeah, you
numbers.
have, it's estimates. It's not a
Okay.
perfect, it is not a perfect
Yeah.
formula because it's estimate based. But you do get, you are closer to the end of the fiscal year, so you will have better data. As one of the things we've said in the past, our sales tax lags.
Right.
So we get some sales tax past the, the fiscal year that actually applies to this fiscal year. We won't know what those numbers are until after the fiscal year is passed, but it's our best estimate.
So does your ad valorem, I'm sure it ebbs and flows, but I would think most people, especially those with a mortgage where the taxes are escrowed by January, you've got a good pop of that. But then you got your vehicles that are being, tags are being renewed all throughout the year. Is it fair to say after the end of at least the first quarter, you have, I don't know, 70% of your ad valorem taxes in from the property tax? Is that?
I would say usually by the time you get to January, about this point in time, because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that property taxes are due the first week in January here. And so by that point in time, most folks have paid there. Now, that's on the property tax side, to your
Right.
point, sir. The vehicle side
Yeah.
has a little bit more give to it
keeps
because
rolling.
it's one of, well, and one of the things that we saw going through the pandemic is that used car prices skyrocketed and then kind of came back to earth, but earth was much higher than what we expected it to be when it came back to reality. So there's a little bit of give within the motor vehicle world, but on the property side, and I see Van standing up, we're still looking at what growth's going to be, but we have a better, firmer grasp on that. But I'll leave it to Van if he wants to add something.
To your question about.
Grab the microphone if you don't mind, that way.
To your question about the property tax revenue.
Yeah.
By January, we have 94% of the revenue
really?
collected on real estate.
By the end of January?
By mid-January, yeah.
Okay.
It takes a lot of work to get from that 94 to that 99.8
Yeah.
that we typically hit between then and June. On the vehicle side, it's a monthly assessment, and so that's a rolling number.
Right.
We generally grow about 8% a year on motor vehicles, is what I hear historical growth rate is on the valuation. And so that you'll have 100% of that come end of June because there's no lag in collections there. The only deduction from us is the money that goes back to the state for the processing. But on the real estate side, we have 94 to 95% of that collected by January.
Oh, good.
It's on, sales tax is more volatile, obviously.
Yeah.
But that's kind of where we're at with that.
Any more questions for Jason?
Madam Chair. Not really a question, just more of a comment, maybe a request here. You know, looking over our key dates coming up, we've got the May 15th UCPS budget request must be submitted to the VOCC. I would also request that the board is in agreement that, that as we go through this budgeting process, that we also include our other educational partners, to Chair Merrill's point earlier.
Excellent.
And also extend an invite to, say, our charter schools to come in and possibly give us a presentation. I think that may be helpful for the public, you know, to see, you know, their budgets and the numbers that they're working with as well.
Absolutely.
I'm in agreement with that. If we're up to right at 15 million, if I remember correctly, that we are paying to our charter school partners throughout the county, and I think it's only reasonable for them to do a budget or some type of presentation on where that money is going. I'd like to,
We will
if you
certainly
could,
make that
extend an
invitation.
invite. I don't know how many exactly we pay through the
I
county.
don't know off the top of my head, but
Yeah,
we can certainly make
UCPS
that
will have
invitation.
those numbers and names, but I would like to offer them the opportunity to make a presentation.
Very good. We will certainly make that, extend that offer and,
There
give
could
them
be
that.
15 to 20 different charter schools, and a lot of them are not even located in Union County. but the money has to follow the student if it's on, you know, the Anson County line or Mecklenburg, South Carolina line. So last time I talked to, their budget, department, there could have been 20 to 30 different charter schools that were receiving funds. But with that being said, I would at least, strongly encourage the Union County charter schools to come share with us, you know, how the local dollars are being used.
Very good. We will make that offer and hopefully we can
Excellent.
get them scheduled.
Excellent.
Okay. Well, then we will move on to the next part of it, which is our major capital. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was going to be leaving. I was going to ask him to expound upon his additional responsibility of grant opportunities. If you want to wait and go in this other part, that's fine. Come back to it.
That's perfect.
No, I'm perfectly fine to speak to that. So, one of the things that we've done just in the past 2 weeks is we're trying to get a handle on CDBG, and be able to understand the community development block grant funding that we're receiving, making sure that we're spending that in a timely manner. There are time restrictions on that, so we need to make sure that we're spending the earlier year funds for that to be able to get that spent out. It looks like we're on pace to be able to get that done. The next piece that we're working on right now is we've brought on a software called eCivis. And this basically goes out into the grant world, into Just Grants and several other grant portals that the state and federal government use to be able to list NOFAs, or Notice of Funding Opportunities. So we're going to start going through that. This eCivics kind of goes through that and filters through those opportunities. I'm meeting with department heads right now to gain an understanding of where any new projects are, or old projects that are grant funding eligible, to be able to see where our strategy and where our priorities are with that. And I hope in the next several months to be in a place where we're sending out, if not bi-weekly, monthly newsletters to be able to say, you're in Department A, we've found Grant B that matches up with Department A. Would you all be interested in applying for that? Making sure that we work with both management and my friends in finance to make sure that any matches or anything else that's required as part of that grant are included in that. So that's our game plan, is to be able to get to a place where we're providing regular newsletters to the departments to be able to say, these are some of the grant opportunities that we see out there. What capacity?
Could you keep the board updated? Just a very simple report, information, email, however form.
Yes, sir.
What grant opportunities you are currently applying for?
Yes, sir. I'm sure we can be able to put something together.
I would be very interested in that.
Yes, sir.
I will also share that, you know, depending on the grant that you're applying for, I would encourage you to reach out to your congressional office.
Yes, ma'am.
To ask for a letter of
Yes, ma'am.
encouragement
Yes, ma'am.
to go with your application, because I think that makes a huge difference.
That's part of my individual process that I've done in a couple of different municipalities. As soon as you get to a place where you have a fairly good understanding of the project plan, before you even really start getting into the budget narrative, is to make those phone calls to the Congress, to the state representatives, to locals, to be able to get letters of recommendations for that, to be able to work with our community partners to make sure that it's not just us that's going after the grant, but the community as a whole that is trying to be able to go out and apply for these grants. But
I
thank
will
you.
say I've been in a congressional office for almost 3 years,
Yes, ma'am.
and I don't think I've gotten any requests for any letters to go with grant applications from
That-
Union County.
That'll be changing soon.
Careful what you ask
Well,
for.
no, I mean,
I'm just kidding.
Good answer.
I would have stayed quiet
Yeah.
if it wasn't important. So, just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Well, Chris, you ready? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, when Chris is getting started here, I want to say we're likely going to do a hard stop at 12:15 for lunch, mainly because we want to make sure that we can stay on time. And so, even if we aren't finished, we're going to do that hard stop, and that way we can keep everybody aligned there. So, just make you aware of that. Go ahead, Chris. No pressure, Chris.
So I think you just put a lot of pressure on me. I think so. But we'll work through it. So I'm going to give an update on, goodness, it went like 4 slides. All right, someone may have to help me. There we go. It started moving. All right, now we're back to the beginning. So I'm going to go over a little bit about our capital program, just an overview. Give you updates on our major projects. I think there's 6 of them that I'll talk about. And one of the 6 is the jail study that we are, as mentioned in the last board meeting, will come asking for an action item for you all to consider moving on to move the jail study forward. To the point of reports, I want to share that next quarter, I think we'll be ready to start sharing a new formatted capital projects report with the board. That'll be a quarterly report that'll have a lot more information than I think has been shared in the past. So we're working through that, and we'll get that to you hopefully starting next quarter. Let's see. So another thing to mention is that you won't see the CIP from the facilities perspective in this presentation. We anticipate, I think it's April, May timeframe, bringing what the fiscal year 26 CIP will include and potentially what a 5-year look is like too. So our general county CIP drivers, what drives, kind of things. Well, look, population increases, drive services up and requirements for services up. So all our models, all the models we look at, all show population increasing. I know there's some discussion about, how accurate that is, but we do see forecasts for increased population. The courtroom issue is certainly driving some of our capital plan. We've got limited space at our main government center and judicial center. And then, of course, the jail capacity issue slash the condition of the jail is certainly one of the biggest drivers in some of the funds that we've got included in CIP. So how do we identify projects? So our process looks like this. So annually, we meet with directors and talk about what their needs are. Sometimes it's their wants, and sometimes they get included, sometimes they don't. Internally in facilities, we'll look at a work order system and start identifying trends, what buildings show the most repairs, even diving into what equipment show the most repairs in specific buildings. So those inform some of our needs assessments. We also have, in 2020, we did a facility condition assessment countywide. Typically, you do those every 5 years, but I think we're going to probably go on a 7-year cycle, try to not spend so much money on those things. But they're important for identifying, in particular, larger mechanical type projects. We also have done several assessments for space needs over the last 5 years. First one, when we built the sheriff's office, the new sheriff's office, we also looked at kind of a master planning in that site. We also looked at Jim's group did in 2022 a master plan for Jesse Helms Park. We also in 2022 did a space needs assessment countywide, and I say countywide. We didn't look at human services because it was not, we didn't feel like we needed to at that point. But we did include water, which informed one of the projects we'll talk about later, the expansion project. We currently are looking at some space needs assessment on some specific buildings, like Progress Building, with some of the changes we've seen in operations over there. What can we leverage that space for? And some other buildings, we're currently working on that now, pretty small study. And we're also, of course, we're involved in the jail study right now. All right, so once you identified your projects, we put numbers on them, and then they fall into these 4 categories. First is major capital. Those are projects that are over $300,000. Critical infrastructure kind of sits by itself, so if there's project work at a critical facility that involves critical systems, then it falls into that critical infrastructure. There can be kind of outliers too, like fueling stations are kind of an outlier as well, but that's a critical operational project. And the last two, facilities repair and renovation, is between projects between 100 and 300, and then operating capital or less than 100. Now, so these thresholds were put in place in 2018. So certainly the construction and repair market have gone a little bit crazy. So next year, we're going to probably propose that we modify those numbers, because it's really hard to get anything done, a major project, under $500,000. So, we'll let the board think about that over time, and we'll bring it to you at some point to talk about changing those thresholds. I went backwards. All right, so moving on to our major project updates. You can see the projects we'll talk about: the barn, Cane Creek Camp Store, Judicial, Government Center, Water Ops, the Autopsy Center, and then finally the jail. All right, so the barn, I wanted to show you kind of, because I think there have been some questions about, where we started, where we're at, and I want to show you where we started. So the project budget at the original scope that was identified was almost $20 million. So through the schematic design phase, we've pulled that down to 14.8. That's still over budget from our existing budget, but it's normal to the process. That's just kind of how you work a project. You start here and you move everything into the budget. But we do have some strategies that we're working through to try to get the barn fully funded / reduced to a level that the budget can support. So the first thing, very good news. I don't know if y'all have heard, but on February 6th, the county was notified of a $1 million Golden Leaf grant. And so that's Andrew and Patrick, did a great job to get that grant through the system, and is going to certainly help our situation, as we're moving forward. So the next line you'll see, that's 677. This is an item we want the board to consider. We're not asking for any action today on this item, but we want you to consider it's kind of a strategy to reallocate some existing funds. So $277,000, there's an existing fund balance in the Economic Development Budgetary Fund that we'd like to reallocate over to this project. We think it's a good potential use of that funds. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, just for reference, the Economic Development Fund is what funded the majority of the funding for the barn project. There were two major funding sources. There was the state $5 million grant, and then there was a little over $6 million from the EDC fund. We have a dedicated portion of the tax rate that goes into that EDC fund, so every year it generates a little bit of fund balance, so that is what this is. This is unallocated fund balance in that Economic Development Fund.
Okay, the next line, Patrick may have to help me describe this a little bit, but basically we want to move $400,000 from the Jesse Helms Park lighting project because it's unrestricted funds, move $400 of restricted funds back into that Jesse Helms Park lighting project and move it over to this project. So. And it's going to come from the Jesse Helms Support Building, which was, canceled, I don't know, 6 months ago, probably. And so there's a remaining balance. If we do that, 400, move it over, because those are restricted funds. The Jesse Helms Support Building are restricted funds, but they can be used for the Jesse Helms Park in general. And it leaves, I think it's $232,000 about, and balance that can be also reallocated for, one of the big projects is the Ag Center road entrance. That thing's a mess. I think everybody's wanting to do that. Ever since I got here, it was on the table, but it's a DOT project, so, or DOT responsibility. But, they're open to us actually executing the project there. Yeah, certainly so. But a portion of those remaining balance, yeah, go ahead.
The road there, Preston, did we ask them too if we could do a little cleanup on the roadside?
Yes, and again, anything in the right of way, as long as we're not making any major, changes, they don't really have any issues.
So we can cut down that junk on the roadside, just trim it down a little bit, not.
We can do some of it. We have to have an encroachment agreement with DOT to tell them exactly what we're doing, and we have to use a DOT certified maintenance crew to do it. So again, they have responsibility for all of this, and they don't obviously see that as a priority. They will let us do it, but they want us to do it the way they would do it if they were actually doing it, even though they aren't. So I just want to go back real quickly to the Jesse's Helm Support Building. That project's been on the books for restricted funding. We can't just move that money to any one project, and we don't have very many Parks and Rec capital projects that we can move it to. It is in arbitrage right now, so we are earning too much interest on it, so we need to get it spent. And one way to do that is to move that into the Jesse Helms Parks lighting project, which is just general county dollars, which then we can move, and also to the entrance to the Ag Center, which is the entrance to the park, and that's why that qualifies as well. So that's kind of the strategy here. It's really to get the money moving, so it's no longer sitting there in a restricted account. We can actually spend it, we can get projects moving forward, and we can get it off our books.
And you've got enough to do the repainting of the road?
I can't promise you that's enough.
We've gotten one initial estimate, was about a little over $500,000. A big part of the issue is there is 12 inches of concrete under the asphalt as part of that entrance. So we know we're not gonna spend that on it, especially because it's a DOT road and it's their responsibility. They are never gonna do anything about it. So we are trying to find a solution that gets us what we need, but we don't have to excavate the entire 12 inches of concrete, put back a base layer, and then put asphalt. So we're still working through what an alternate to our first kind of initial excavate the whole road. And we don't have that yet, but this would go a long way to helping us accomplish improvements there.
Gotcha.
Okay. I knew Patrick could do a much better job of me explaining all that. So there's another 400,000 that we think we can, kind of tighten up. In the estimate, the current estimate from our CM, they're carrying a little over $1 million in contingencies from design contingency, construction contingency, and owner's contingency. So we feel like we could, over time that always goes down. One of them goes to zero actually, but we think we can get about 400,000 there. Right now, we're also carrying almost $2.9 million in kitchen equipment. And as the program has been adjusted, we think we can reduce some of the kitchen equipment right now to meet that program requirement. So that's another 500,000. And then we know for sure we've got about $250,000 in value engineering / management items that we can consider very seriously, depending on where the DD estimate comes in, which we anticipate. So the designer submitted his design documents for design development. It's in the hands of our construction manager right now, evaluating, pricing, going out to market, doing all those things. We anticipate them coming back on the 18th of this month, the 18th. So we're hoping by the 18th we'll have a better picture of how all this needs to play out.
So have you told them, I'm not familiar with how that process, have you told them, okay, this is the number we have to meet? We've scrambled all this money together from these various sources and to meet our budget. You have to design it to meet our budget now. Don't just come back with another revision. This is the number, is that?
Yeah.
We're gonna get back on the 18th?
Yeah, we even start that at schematic design. So again, we start at 20 million. So we said, meet this number. And so the designer does that. They're not as good estimators as our CMs are. So they put together this DD package. We're hoping they are closer to the number than what we started. If not, then we'll sit down with the designers and the CM to start identifying more value engineering / management ways to get before we start full construction documents, because that's kind of, you don't want to make changes when you're in construction documents.
Right, and then you're permanent. So we're not sure yet if what we get back on the 18th will actually fit within our budget parameters.
Yeah, we're not sure yet.
Okay, we're not, all right. So is it, an option, if it's not within our budget parameters, to adjust our capital plan to move some more money over to the barn project to move it along?
It's an option. I think if we are able to do some of these things that Chris just talked about, Andrew's going to come up here and talk a little bit about the operation of the building and some of the additional grant opportunities.
Okay.
A lot of the money we can save is in kitchen equipment, and kitchen equipment is an easy one to be able to add after the fact. So I don't think it's going to be our recommendation to add any more county dollars to this project if we do all this. And Andrew will talk a little bit more about some of those opportunities, but we do think there will be more opportunities for additional grant funding.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can see through that strategy, there's about $2.8 million in reductions and savings and all that. And so we're very, very close to what we need to get the project done. That's if the board feels pretty good about that strategy of moving that 677 potentially. And to your point, whatever number we get back, we'll have to adjust accordingly to that. And then I had a note about the grants. So there are other grants that Andrew's looking at. So, hopefully those go well and, keep moving. So I know Andrew's here. Andrew's going to talk a little bit about, as we get into some of these images. So we did want to share some images and kind of site layout, floor plan, and what some of the renderings look like for the barn at this stage. So Andrew's going to come up and talk about that.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for a few minutes to share a little bit about the operations of the Union County Food Innovation Center. Patrick asked me to say a few words about that, as well as the grant opportunities that we're currently working on. We have two that are in place right now. One has already been submitted. It's through the North Carolina Farmland Preservation Trust Fund. It's for $500,000. We've received money from them in the past. We feel like it fits their objectives really well. That will be specifically requested for kitchen equipment and those purchases. We are also wrapping up another $1 million grant with the North Carolina Tobacco Trust Fund Commission, and that is also for kitchen equipment. We have a deadline for Friday for questions and assistance from their program officer, and then the grant is due in March. Again, we feel that the community development, economic impact, and then enhancement to agriculture from a regional perspective very much aligns with that grant. So we're looking at about another $1 to $1.5 million specifically for kitchen equipment. Both of those grant opportunities have the ability to fund it fully or fund at a reduced rate. We will know both of those in September. Once the North Carolina state legislature budget is passed, both of those groups receive funding from the state. They will know how much money they have, and then they will allot whatever percentage that is directly to us if we are awarded. So those are the two grants that we have currently in place. We continue to hustle up for more existing grants that are out there as well, and so we continue to look through our comparable facilities that we have.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Sure.
Maybe this is Patrick. These two grants he's referring to won't know until September, but that's not going to hold up the project until then.
No, at some point we will get to a number, and that number will have to admit some of the kitchen equipment. I think it's safe to say at this point. Those grants allow us to plug that back into the project if they come.
That's what I'm.
Right, and I can share a little bit about some of those cost-saving measures for the equipment specifically that are not going to necessarily impact the first 6 months to a year, maybe even 18 months of the facility. And so this is our site layout here. We are the bottom southern aspect of this slide is the Monroe Expressway. The top right road there is Austin Cheney. This is a 12-acre site that we have in place. The first half is 6 acres that Wingate University is maintaining control over, and then we have the back 6 acres. And this really shows the facility, the parking areas, as well as our food truck location space where they have their operations as well. So that's really the full site there. I had no intention of this slide really showing up well to talk about. Even on my little bitty 13-inch monitor, I was like, man, I can't see this. So the upper half of this slide is the fresh cut area. The lower half of this facility is the commissary space, and they really work. It's really a 2-in-1 type space. There is no facility in North Carolina, Virginia, South Carolina, anywhere in a surrounding state that is comparable to this type facility as the 2-in-1. Every other comparable facility only focuses on the commissary and really does not have any relationship to the producer. And that is the aspect that we feel like we have a distinct advantage on. So as Chris mentioned, we're at 24,900 square feet total. The commissary space is a little over 15,000. All three of the comparable facilities that we visited are at 10,000 square feet. They were refurbished facilities. They are all maxed out at capacity of users, storage. They try to send their clientele, interested clientele, to other places, but there are no other places. So our fresh cut space is about 2,500 square feet. That is the primary focus of our Union County Food Hub. And so it'll operate out of there. And then the other main key feature of our facility here is the cool and cold storage, which are the exterior coolers that you will see outside of the footprint of the facility. There's just under 6,000 square feet of cooler and cold storage. That is a significant increase from any comparable facility. These are major revenue streams. And that is one of the focuses that we need out of this facility is that space and storage. And then with our facility being larger, we do need that as well. The comparable facilities we visited all said the same thing. They don't have any storage. And again, that is an opportunity for us to continue to capture revenue. So I wanted to just blow up one small section of that architectural design. One of the unique features that we have with this space are our suites. You'll see on the top half of this slide is a premium suite. This is actually a full kitchen inside of a 250 square foot space. So these will be rented out to individual clients on a monthly basis that we will charge a premium rate for. From our research and design and our needs assessment that we discussed with current operators, current facilities, this is a key feature that users have that they really want. The commissary space is a shared use space, and many individuals prefer their own space, and they're willing to pay more for it. This also gives us the opportunity to offer certified allergen-free space, which is, again, a premium rental and revenue stream opportunity. Without dedicated space for allergen-free, there are no opportunities to have the certified check mark. It doesn't allow those clientele users to be able to market that with their products. And then the bottom half here is a semi-automatic bottling line that we are going to put into the commissary space. This is also a revenue generator. There's only one of these in the state, and it is in Hendersonville at Blue Ridge Ventures. The other facility in North Carolina does not have one of these. Blue Ridge Ventures does not have any more capacity to operate. With NC Phil, the Food Innovation Lab in Kannapolis, they are looking to send clients out into to spaces such as this to build their business and generate that economic growth. So we feel like this is a major key piece for us.
What kind of stuff would you bottle in a space like that?
Anything that's liquid.
Really?
Yeah.
Might start our own Union County soda pop?
You could.
Microbrewery? Who said that?
Yeah, so the bottling line is for individuals and groups that really the 200 bottle at a time threshold is about the maximum capacity you could hand dip. So anything over 200 bottles at a time needs to have a line for production. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Andrew. And just to touch on Commissioner Side's question there, yeah, we saw a lot of this stuff. We had discussions on this board, 2 years ago or so, when we started looking at the initial parameters of this project. And one thing that comes to mind to me, as far as like the bottling is concerned, is during COVID you saw all these home businesses starting to pop up, and like elderberry syrup, of all things, was a big thing during that time. People are still selling those things, but in order to sell commercially, then you need to have a state certified kitchen. And a lot of folks can't have that because they have pets or animals there at their homes that would disqualify them from doing so. Something like this would be right up their alley so that they could potentially pursue commercial distribution of their product.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a whole separate conversation about the regulatory affairs that we will take off of the producer or the user's plate. And that's a major barrier. So it's a huge cost barrier. So these are two. I just wanted to show two examples of the uniqueness of this facility in relationship to revenue streams, in relationship to other facilities that are in the state. And what will really separate this facility from anywhere in close proximity. We have a couple of renderings that we wanted to just display for the board today from our design team with CPL. And as you'll see here, it's a one thing that we found out very quickly is any facility that does this type of work is a renovated warehouse. It's drab, it's dark, it's dull. It's not a space that people really want to they don't get excited about. And so with our relationship of connecting this facility with Union County Public Schools, with Wingate University, with South Piedmont, with Johnson & Wales, and these young people and this younger generation, this is a space that they will be excited about coming to and having those career opportunities and desires that we feel exist out there. And it really works well with the town of Wingate's town project that they're working with with the university. And so you'll see here the butterfly design in the back right corner. Our food truck storage area is in the foreground here. This is the front entrance. This glass area is our conference and pitch room. There's a couple of offices in that space as well. But you'll see it really does a nice job. We feel architecturally, showcasing the technology aspect and then the agriculture, and it really will go well with the setting that we have in outside of Wingate. And so here's the front section of that as well. Just another viewpoint for that, to let the board know kind of what we're currently working with. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Boyd, unless there's any questions for me. But I appreciate a few minutes of your time just to give an update. I know we have some new members. Just wanted to share a little bit about the project. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so a little bit about the schedule. So it is important to understand from the grant perspective, is that we do anticipate finishing up design and potentially getting an early start on construction sometime July 2025. So if the awards come after that, then that is going to be an equipment-based allocation versus a construction-based allocation. So that's an interesting part of the whole process. So if everything goes well, we start July 2025. We're finishing up in September 2026 on the project overall.
So what we know now,
Yes.
where we are now, are we still feel comfortable we'll be able to keep to this timeline?
If we can, the strategy that we talked about earlier, the 677, if we get, everyone feels good about that, we can start processing CPOs and do all that stuff, move the money. I think we feel pretty confident we can feel pretty good about finishing by September
And
2026.
you'll have a better feel after the 18th when the latest
Absolutely.
designs come back.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
Chris,
Okay.
and correct me if I'm wrong, I think things will happen pretty quickly after the 18th too, because it'll be real-time data we're getting, and we are rapidly approaching that point of needing to enter a contract. So we're gonna get to our number within the next 4 months, and then we need to move forward. And that's where we start making decisions on what can be added as additional funds come in. But the longer we wait, the more expensive the project gets. So we're at a point where we need to get to our number, move forward with what we got, and then look for additional opportunities.
Yeah, this schedule means that all of us have to make really timely decisions on all of these things, including our design teams and our CMs, but internally, how we're going to fund it. If we're short after the 18th, everyone's got a part to play in, meeting this schedule.
Does that July date include the permitting process?
They'll start permitting as soon as we get construction documents to a point that we feel comfortable there won't be a lot of changes. All right, so we usually submit before we finish construction documents, fully, completely.
Okay.
And whenever we get to a point where we feel like we're not going to get many comments back, then that's when we submit them early or before we finish construction documents. So we'll start permitting before, look, so Edifice is on this project. Edifice is excellent at managing that process.
Okay.
And so we'll get permitting as soon as we possibly can.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions on the barn? Okay. All right, moving on, King Creek, I included this because, we're here today. So $950,000 total project budget. Just give you a house broken up. And then this is going to be a 3,200 square foot under roof. So part of it is some of the, I'm going to say the porch is included in that 3,200 square feet. So I wanted to share kind of site plan and floor plan and a rendering. So if you see the King Creek Camp, the red writing, that's where we all came in today. If you take a right, we all took a right to come out. I hope everyone followed the rules and took a right. So you take a right. I think it's the first campground spot is going to stay. I think they're going to use it for something else. But the next three are where that is going to take, does this have a laser on it? You can't see it. All right. So the great area is actually going to be a turnout for RVs, trucks with trailers, those kind of things. So that's the road. Actually, you can see the edge of the road over here. But it's a new turnout lane, which is something that, was, I think, important for the campground staff, because sometimes they get clogged up and, these big trailers, and they got to stop and they got to do all these things. An interesting part to this is this building has an entrance on two sides. The one on the left is actually our ADA entrance. The one on the right is where people are going to come in and check in. There is an elevation. If when you go out and look at it, you'll see a slight elevation. I think it's 5 feet, but you got to cover 5 feet in steps. So that's a little section of steps you'll see there. All right. So what's the floor plan? Real simple floor plan. You got a sales area. You got the counter, you got a storeroom, and you got a shared storage / janitor's closet and one bathroom. So pretty simple floor plan on this project. So that's kind of what's going to look like. So pretty attractive.
Do you expect people to go to their campsite and then come here, or
no?
as you pull in?
You pull in.
Where will you?
In this pull out, you park and then you go up and check in.
Okay.
Then you get back in your vehicle and go to your spot.
Check in, will you be able to actually rent your space there, or you're still going to need to go to the other office first to get your space, or do it online?
Most people do it online.
Do they?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're really just there to check in.
So there'll basically be an area to pull over.
To pull over and don't restrict anyone else's movement through the park.
So basically, we're not gonna have like the Chick-fil-A drive-through right there, right?
No, sir.
More anticipated to be that busy. For the summer, maybe,
All right. You know, look, I think it's very attractive for what its purpose is and what it's going to do. You know, there'll be coolers, you know, they'll store wood, you know, all those kind of things that don't really need to be inside underneath this covered porch.
So, Chris,
Yeah, go ahead.
the sites we lose, are they full hookup sites?
I don't think anybody's here from Parks, but I think they probably are full
I
hookup.
think they are. We have had issues with, they weren't graded appropriately when we built the campground, and as campers have grown bigger, we have been planning to regrade those for some period of time. So they were the least desirable sites we had, and that's one of the reasons they looked at putting it there. Because we are gonna look at a master plan for the entire campground to see if we can increase the number of full hookup spots. The issue we run into is the septic system, that we have a limited capacity on septic. But even if we were able to do electrical hookups, that's still beneficial, because a lot of people don't need a full sewer hookup. So we are losing a few full hookup sites, but we're looking to expand the campground. We just don't have that design done yet.
What kind of revenue projections do we have for this store, cost and?
I don't know the answer to that.
That we don't have available. We can provide, Jim has done the revenue estimates based on the square footage they have now and what they're adding to the new store, so we can get you that.
I'd be interested in seeing how, it'll pay for itself.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
I know Jim had done some studies on revenue.
So to Commissioner Sy's comment, and staff, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that the purpose of looking at this is necessarily a revenue while, and this is gonna be extended. I think that the main purpose of us looking at this is, is to improve our park, overall.
That's correct.
And as a service to the residents that we serve.
That's correct.
I guess, let me clarify, I'm not looking for it to make enough profit to pay for the building. I'll be happy if it breaks even for the cost of staff, utilities, ongoing expenses. If it comes close or covers that, I think to assume that it would generate enough profit to pay off the construction is we're not realistic.
All right, so schedule, we actually we'll probably in 2 weeks start cutting down trees, turning dirt, moving dirt. So we're ready to get going. There's a few contract signature issues. Say again?
I'm sorry, did you say?
It's a couple weeks. Yeah. So if we get our contracts all right, start in 2 weeks, then we're looking at, it's pretty quick turnaround, it's like building a house almost. So it's about 9 months to get that done. So, any more questions about Camp Store? All right, so next one is Judicial Government Center. I'm feeling that pressure, Brian, because total project budget 14.8. We all know kind of justification for it. Now, in the end, the conceptual project scope for this renovation is ultimately to get 2 more additional courtrooms, at least, and then renovate one of the courtrooms that they want to see some improvements in. So all that was based on a study that we did, that master plan or that space needs assessment scope, needs adjustment, modification, improvement, all those things. Now, important, I think we all know that we somewhat aligned. We've got this project starting, I think, is 4 months earlier than finishing the water project, because we can do contracts for either early site and or long lead time items. That's our approach there. All right, so you'll see pretty typical. It's a little low on the project breakout, a little low on owner reserves because it's renovations, not a lot of big equipment that we're going to have to buy and things like that. All right, so yeah, go ahead.
Quick second.
Yeah.
Do we have any 3 courtrooms, unused courtrooms in the judicial center right now?
They use every courtroom.
Every courtroom's.
They're not used every day, all day, but they do use every courtroom.
All right, so schedule, I just talked a little bit about how it lines up with the water project. Overall, we hope to finish up design September 2026. Now, this project, again, is dependent on that project, so we're not under intense pressure to finish, design on a enhanced schedule or anything like that. Overall, it's going to be a phased project too, so we think we're going to have to move somebody out of a space, renovate it, move them back, renovate that space. So it's a phased kind of project. So a little bit longer time frame for overall construction. That puts us at March 2028, finishing up. All right, so the water project, $14 million budget. Project scope's about 30,000 square foot of new additional space, a little over 3,000 square foot of renovation. We are looking to do a drive-through, not Chick-fil-A, but kind of the opposite of Chick-fil-A. But we are looking to do a drive-through. It would be nice to have a Chick-fil-A now that I think about it. All right. So the project budget for that is kind of typical. Nothing, stands out on that one. Now this one we are operating on an accelerated schedule. In negotiations with the design team, we gave them 9 months to finish design, which is, pretty aggressive for designers. So finishing up design around December, to get construction started too. And then completion is December 2026. The other one we start September, I think, 2026. So you see that 4 months that we can do early stuff on the Judicial Government Center project. All right, any questions on that project, the water project? Nope. All right, so South Piedmont Regional Autopsy Center, total project budget $20 million. I did want to mention, I think Michelle's coming to talk about operations. So if you got really operational centric questions, she's probably much better to answer those than me. This is how the project budget breaks out. We're currently, looking at holding almost $6 million in specialty equipment money, and that's in the owner reserve line. It's just because of the specific nature of this facility, we anticipate that we're going to have a tremendous amount of specialty equipment that's included in the project. Our status on the project, we're actually in the process to select both the designer and the construction manager at risk. So we're looking at a couple months probably to finish that process up, get contracts in front of you all for consideration. And it is looking to be, let's see, back. Nope. Wrong way. Yeah, let's skip. Can we skip that one? There we go. All right, I'm struggling just a little bit. All right, anyway, we'll any questions on that project? No, okay. So moving to the jail study. So y'all know what we were doing on the jail study, so I won't go through the specifics on it unless you got questions about it.
It's going to take more than 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think so. So you already know the schedule too. We're planning to come back full completion of that study sometime June, July timeframe. At that point we'll have, better cost estimates. Right now I'm going to show you a couple of high level cost estimates a little bit later. But June, July we'll have better cost estimates as we're refining the program. Right now it's just a square foot allocation and all those things. Now, if we finish up this study, now the study, in order to finish by this date, it does require the board to take some action, or else we're going to have to, kind of stop our process on the study. But if we were able to get through, finish up June, July, then move right into design on the jail, the new jail, this is kind of what the schedule looks like. You'll see the advanced planning, that's the study part, in July 2024. So we finish up the study July 2025, do some early packages September 26. finish up full design March 2027, and then construction completion will be sometime, I'm going to say first quarter, second quarter in 2029. So it's still a long ways out, you know, even if we start, you know, full design in July. All right, so I did want to include some of the slides you saw in the presentation by the consultants. The first one's the monthly daily population average. You know, my takeaway from it is just, you know, it started going down in COVID and is now, you know, recovered fully and past where we were back in 18. The next one is daily bookings. My takeaway from this one is just that it fell in COVID again and hasn't quite met what it was before pre-COVID or pre-COVID. So that's kind of my takeaways there. All right, so this was the forecast slide. The dark blue is if everything stays somewhat the same on policies and practices in the justice system. On the right-hand side, the light blue is if there's a projected increase in bookings, booking rates. So look at 2050, average daily population with no changes at 657, and then total, that equates to a total bed need. If you remember, there were a couple of factors, a peaking factor and a classification factor that are added to the 657 to make it to the 822. And then on the right-hand side, of course, that's 996 and 1246 on bed count. All right, so bringing you two options on or pricing on two options. So the first one is a 400-bed, 800-bed core. Second is a 600-bed, 800-bed core. 400 beds at 123, about 123 million, and 600 bed is 150 million. You actually, I think the last year it was right around the same number, but we already paid for land actually. So the number went up because of escalation, but it came down because we already paid for land.
Right. And one of the things we've learned is that you actually can design it so the core can be expanded. We already knew that you could design it so you could expand the bed space, but we've learned that you can also design it to expand the core. And that's some of the, I think one of the things that it really affects the future of a facility. If you can expand the core, then you've got the ability in the future to, like, if the jail population is just exploded, you can figure out how you can accommodate that better, which is one of the reasons why we showed you a couple of options. There are a myriad of options you can look at. We just showed you a couple, just so you can kind of gauge what it is. If you, Chris, can you go back possibly to the, yeah, that's what I want. So, you know, again, if you look at this, what the consultant provided, you know, the sort of policies stay current. If you were to try to gauge till 2050, which is roughly a 25-year time frame, you've got an 822 total bed need. You're using about 657. You're getting close to what that would be if you did an 800 core and you did a 600 inmate to start with. And if you needed to expand that to build up to the core, you could in the future. 600 under this scenario gets you closer to that 2040 time frame. Again, that's based on if nothing changes and things just continue to go as they do. And we don't control a lot what the municipalities do or don't do for their arrests. They make their own decisions. We can only control our own destiny as far as unincorporated area. We also don't control what the courts do or don't do and how fast they operate. But we thought it was at least reasonable to give you at least those options for you to think about. Those are estimates. Things can change. Construction costs change every year. But that's just giving you a good idea of where that can go. One of the things that we did pose to the board is that we are going to need some direction from you on what are the parameters you want the consultant to finish the study with. That means, what's the core and what's the inmate bed population you want them to look at when they're finishing this up. So if the core is 1,000 and you want a 500 bed, we need to tell them that. If the core is 800 and 600 bed, we need to tell them that, so they can then go committing to that. I want everyone to understand, you haven't committed to constructing anything at that point in time. You're merely giving them the bookends for them to look at. But there are the bookends, so if you want something different, then they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board and look at that. If you go at, well, I don't like those numbers, after you get them, that's all they've studied at that point in time. So we are gonna need some direction from the board if you wish to have that second phase of the study completed. I'm not saying you have to give it to us today, but probably by the 18th, we really need to know that so that we can get them moving and finishing that. If you can give it to us today, that's great, but if you don't, we would say probably by the 18th, we need some kind of a direction on that.
Yeah, we had just included, to Brian's point, just a potential request for you all to consider, and that was the 600, 800. Just approve us moving forward with those parameters with our designers to move through the next phase of program and operation model and cost estimating. Just in a study, not approving a jail at 600, 800, but just a study moving forward.
At your seats, I provided, well, actually, the sheriff's office gave this to me, but they really did a good job of trying to break down some additional information for you. So you do have some information on average daily population over the last few years, how those are broken down by crimes, your detention center staffing. Again, that is a good information for you to look at, think about when you're making this decision about what we do with a jail facility. The sheriff's office is here, so if there's questions you have, I know when we had the presentation from the consultant, you may have had some questions at that time. They're here. You want to ask them some things about the operation of the facility, about anything to do with inmate population, please, happy to bring them up so we can get your issues addressed.
So one of the questions that I had about the average daily population, whether it's current or what we project, is when we're trying to decide how many beds in the core, I guess my question is really about the beds. Do you have to start talking about how many beds you need for the female population and the male population? Because I don't think I've heard that. We've been talking about total.
Yeah, the consultant actually had it broken down. They had female population, they had male population. I don't know that we have it here in this presentation. It was in the consultant's presentation that they provided at the last meeting. And so they did make some assumptions about how that female population plays out. There are categories, and Sheriff's Office can chime in anytime they want to here, is that it's not just male and female, but there's also known associates, violent. You need to split up different categories of the inmate so that you're not putting in that low-level offender with a very violent offender. And they did actually look at all of that when they were making those. And I'll be happy to make sure we resend that to you so you can see those numbers again.
And it's interesting, I talked about the peaking factor and classification factor. They're different for women.
They are.
Than they are for men. So that's factored into everything.
Right. So unfortunately today, all we have just showing you is just a total, but we can send you what those numbers are from how they broke it down by female and male.
My biggest question is, how long do we want this new jail to last? In this scenario, and I don't know if it's because statistically it's very difficult to project farther out than 25 years, but I'm hoping with the kind of investment we're looking at that a new facility would last longer than 25 years, because it's going to take 20 to pay for it. And then if you start expanding it on top of that, so you'll have the same boat we're in now, the place is falling apart, and it isn't even paid for. So, I mean, is it unrealistic for us to aim towards a facility with additions but is built to last at least 50 years.
Well, I think there's multiple things that go into that, and I spoke to that in the beginning about operational capital. So, keep in mind that a jail is a little bit different, and it's a 24/7 operation. You're putting a lot more stress and strain on the building that operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So the only way for us to really combat that is have the adequate operational capital to make sure we're maintaining that facility. And that is honestly built into that total lifetime cost. We cannot get behind on our maintenance on that building. And if we do, it will fall apart. So that is the key. Number one, we maintain it and we staff it appropriately. Now, I know there was a lot of questions about staffing. Whatever size facility you choose to build or whatever we do, you don't have to staff the facility up to its highest level. You can build that staffing over time. Let's just say we went with a 600-bed facility. You could staff it at 400 and then staff it at 500 later and then staff it at 600 later after that, mainly preparing for the fact that you are going to have more inmates. So you don't have to staff it at 600 level to begin with, or whatever we choose. I want everyone to keep that in mind. So
And furnishing.
And furnishing, exactly. There are things we don't have to do in order to just make that ready for the future. We can back off some of those things. One of the other issues that we face regularly is because our jail is to capacity, when we need to do major projects, we don't have the space to move the inmates into another space to work on that major. We have to find somewhere else, some other facility to send them to be able to do major projects. And when you're doing that, you're not sending 2 or 3 or 10, you're sending 50. That's a lot to send to someone. And that's where part of the numbers are built in, is also how do you maintain the building by having space to move people to do major projects. So and guys, it's not an exact science. I'm just gonna tell you, it's not. We give you a number, that may be a number that's great for the next 30 years. It may go away and it be filled up in 20. We just don't know the real number. We're giving you our best estimate.
Madam Chair. So, I've got some comments about the jail. And, I went back last night and I watched our previous discussion from our last regular meeting, where the consultant came in and did their presentation. And some of this we talked about, some of this we haven't. But I think it's key to understand that, to your point, there's a lot of guesswork here. In my opinion, there's a tremendous amount of guesswork. Now, I am glad to see that we've got some numbers here, because that was a piece of critical information that was missing from the consultant's presentation. And if I'm being completely honest, I was very disappointed in what we heard, because there was critical information that was being ignored, all right, in their study. And it seemed as though they were basing a lot of their projections on growth.
Population.
Yeah, and population, okay. But I think it's important to understand too that at least 3 times in that presentation, the consultant says that the forecast is based on no changes with the current system and policing. So that they based all this on 0 changes, nothing's gonna change, we're gonna do things exactly like we always have. And so my question is, to the staff and even to the board, and we don't have to necessarily answer this right now, but do we not owe it to the taxpayers that we represent to explore what we can do to alter our current system, our current processes, to alleviate any kind of bottlenecks that may apply, especially on like the back end? Would that not be, something that would be cheaper and more affordable for us to explore at this point, rather than looking at 150, plus million, which I would say that by the time it's all said and done, that's probably a low estimate. We're probably looking at much more than that. And then 2, understand too that we're not talking about 150 million. Commissioner Helms brought this up, Commissioner Sides alluded to it, several members of our board has alluded to this. That's just capital. I mean, that's just brick and mortar, that is just putting the building up. That's not operating. And the consultant told us in that study that that would be, what, 10 times as much as the capital cost of the building? 10 times.
It could be.
So this is the, this is the pocket change, okay?
Yeah.
So this is the smaller number, obviously. The bigger concern that I have is the operating expense over time. You know, it's been brought up about the COs. How many of those are we gonna need? You know, we looked at this previously. The light bill, just utilities, the electrical on a facility of this size is gonna be astronomical because, to your point, it runs 20, and the taxpayers will have until the end of time. So from now until the end of, time, we're gonna be paying for this. So although the capital may fall off at some point, and we might have 5 years where we don't have to talk about jails, the operating expense never stops.
Right.
So the other glaring problem with the study was there was no criminal court data. Zero. And, Commissioner Helms here, brought that up and questioned that. Thank you very much for doing that. But, here we have a consultant who, by the way, their logo appears on the slides with the builder and the architect. So that tells me a relationship right there. But then we've got a consultant here that cannot get criminal court data.
Right.
We can't get any criminal, and even if the consultant can't get the criminal court data, you would think that the county can. So you've got Union County government, we've got 5 commissioners here, we got a county manager, we have a sheriff back here, and we can't get criminal court data, a smoking gun for a $150 million investment? And so we're basing assumptions on incomplete data, number one. Sure, we can look at the comparison information, and I think all of us can sit here and say, okay, well, these other counties got bigger jails. All right? But how can we sit here today and say, yeah, okay, well, the consultant told us that, the sky's falling and, things are going to be terrible for us, and, well, we're going to have to make action and give them some parameters. Well, I would argue that before we give them parameters, they better get us criminal court data. Because they sat there and they told us that about the study in Georgia, right? So they said, hang on, let me pull it up. The consultant mentioned that the Georgia study where the DA blew up their study, right? He mentioned that the DA started using electronic monitoring for nonviolent offenders that reduced their jail population by 500 inmates in 45 days. 500 in 45 days. Has alternate strategies been explored here in Union County? Okay, and maybe they have. Maybe they have. But I'm just saying that we don't have this information baked into the study that we heard at our last meeting. And furthermore, I would say this, that, I questioned the consultant on the directive. I questioned him. I said, are we refusing to make arrests based off of jail space? And he said, in accordance with the conversations that he had with key stakeholders, the answer to that was yes. That's what he said. And I said, okay. I said, so you're saying that we can immediately double the size of our jail if we expanded it, the jail population that is? He said, yes. I said, okay. So, and Counselor, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Kay, but there's North Carolina general statute that sits here and tells us that the overcrowding should never be an excuse not to arrest folks, because we have North Carolina general statute 162-39 that provides mechanism to transfer criminals like we do for Cabarrus. And I understand Cabarrus might be saying, hey, hang on a second here, okay? I get it, that they've got some similar concerns. But I would fall back to this. North Carolina General Statute 153A-219 allows for district confinement centers. So have we explored the possibility of, say, hey, Cabarrus County, You guys have a need, we have a need. Why don't we become partners here and reduce our overall costs? Have we looked at that option? So at this point, I think that we've got more questions than we do answers. And the rub here is this. When we have a consultant sit here and say, he says, hey, we can't arrest more people because we don't have jail space or bed space. And then he says, we can double our jail population if we had space today. Then where's the balance? Okay? Are we sitting here not arresting people because we don't have jail space? And then you're telling me that we can immediately double that population? How are we going to immediately double it? Are we going to just run DUI checkpoints every 2 days? I mean, where is the balance here? Because ultimately, the taxpayer is responsible for footing this cost. Not this board, not the county. We get these funds from the taxpayer. And I don't want to see the taxpayer getting raked over the coals on something like this where we don't have the data to make the decision. So that's where I'm at, and I'm not prepared to take any action on this today.
Sure. You make an interesting point. If you don't have the court data, how do you make the assertion that opening the spigot would double the jail size immediately?
So,
I mean, we just have to go by what we know internally.
right, and I know the sheriff wants to comment, and I'm just gonna say this. We don't control what the state will give us or not, and I understand that you have concerns about the data. It may be that we never get that, and you have to be prepared for the state to refuse to give us that information, and then what is our decision after that? I'm not saying you have to make that decision today, but understand the answer may be, you ain't getting it. And then we have to make some decision. Are we doing something or nothing, or what are we doing? So just be aware that we'll be happy to, do whatever we can to get it. I'm not confident we're gonna get that information, to be perfectly honest.
I just wanted to clarify something about the data too. This was not a local decision to not give us the data. This wasn't our district court justice, Superior Court. This was the administrative office of the courts in Raleigh that said, as a matter of practice, they do not provide this data. I think one step, maybe talking with Jason, is it a public record that we can request and be provided with that data? We have not explored that yet, but I just wanted to clarify that this was not locally not provided. This was at the state level.
Maybe if you take the names off, so any privacy concerns.
I don't know how to state.
Yeah.
Sheriff, I think you had a comment or you wanted to address
Well, certainly, I want to clear up one thing. This is not something that we want is a jail. I don't want a new jail. I'm not telling you that. We're telling you what we've got now that you're going to have to deal with. I'm not telling you we want it, because we don't particularly care whether we get it or not. But what we've got is a full jail. Answering your question, which is a pretty offensive question, are we not arresting people that need to be arrested? The answer is yes. We arrest who needs to be arrested. What we do is we send out messages to other towns and say, listen, if you can, cite them on a citation. If you need to arrest them, bring them in. We'll take them. But we arrest who needs to be arrested. But to say we could arrest more, probably. But we don't guide those towns. For instance, if you look on that sheet, you'll see what Monroe does. You'll see what we do. The number of arrests don't affect our field people. We do our jobs out there. If we did what you just said, we'd end up like Mecklenburg County. And we're not going to have that. We do our jobs out here every day. And we're going to continue to do that. And it's up to you what you do with the jails. It's not to me. The information that came on the paperwork, I didn't have anything to do with it. They interviewed us. the information that you said we didn't get, they can't get it. The administrative officer of the court says, we have never let it go, we're not going to. Now, public information request, I don't know. But I don't have that information. They don't have it. They can't get it. All we can give you is what information we have.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So,
And I hear, and obviously there's more discussion. If there's not a desire from the board to give us direction on bookends or parameters, then what we need is direction on what you do want, so that we can go out and try to attempt to provide what we can for that. If whatever that information is, we will need some direction on where we go from here.
if I may respond to Sheriff Kathy. So, Sheriff, thank you very much for coming up here. You mentioned that my question was offensive.
It is offensive.
Well, that was the information we got from the consultant, and you were in that presentation at our last
I was.
meeting. So it's not necessarily my question. That was information that was specifically said by the consultant, not anything that I'm coming up with on the fly. I'll give credit where credit's due, sir. You and your department, your office does a great job for our county. And for that, every single ratepayer, every taxpayer, every citizen in this county should be thankful. And so you have my gratitude. We're trying to make the best decision possible off the information that was presented. So my intention here is not to be offensive. My intention is to ask tough questions on behalf of the taxpayers that we serve.
I just want to say it was shocking when the consultant said that. I
I
mean,
don't
it got
have a
my, it
problem
got
with
my
that.
attention.
I understand.
And, you know, Brian didn't create that comment, the consultant did. And it got all of our attention. And I want to go on the record too. I mean, as much as, I mean, everybody knows how much I love Union County Public Schools, but, you know, the same can be said for the sheriff department. We have an amazing sheriff department. And, you know, so we definitely, I'm just going to speak for everyone that we do not mean to be offensive, but what the consultant said was very questionable.
Well,
And I
I
don't
have
know
no
if it-
issue with
if
what
it-
the
if it came
consultant
out
said,
wrong.
because I didn't guide him.
Exactly. And we're not asking you to speak for him or whatever,
can't
but,
speak for him.
but I think when the consultant spoke Monday night, all of us were stunned at what was said. And it's no reflection on you or your department,
Well,
for
thank you.
sure, because Union County Sheriff Office, I mean, it's a shining star, you know, in Union County. But that one comment was a huge red flag, and I think all of us took a breath when he said it.
I have no problem with, I don't know what, I was there, I heard the consultant, I listened to him, but he's the consultant that, if you look back at the 2006 study, it's the same thing. There's no difference. I don't know who he was, I think I met him, but, you know, that's the study y'all wanted, so I don't know, I can't.
Sheriff Kathy, you just said something interesting. So this was the same consultant that we used in 2016?
Oh, no, I
or-
didn't say
Oh,
that.
Oh, I'm sorry, then I'm missing.
The results were the
Oh,
same.
okay.
No, I don't, actually, I don't know, y'all, the county hired him, I don't know.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
No, that wasn't the same consultant.
Okay, gotcha.
Anything else?
I gotta push my button.
I ain't giving you no trees.
All right, so we hear these studies and some flags, I threw some flags on the field too with the studies. One, he thought the population of the county between now and 2050 will grow 64%. And Lord, I hope he's wrong. But
I do too.
if that's the case, and if the inmate population would grow in accordance to the population of the county, then right now our jail is like 300 beds. Is that
264.
all right, okay, so I'll use 300 for just easy math. That would put us at 492. And they were talking some pretty crazy numbers, it seemed to me, like my mind sort of checked in and out a couple of
But
times.
1,200.
Yeah, 1,200. All right, but you guys are in and out on a daily basis, and you got your brass here. What would you need today To operate comfortably, what would you need today?
You talking about
Bed size.
to operate comfortably for a while, a short while?
Yeah.
If we had 400 beds, we could get by for a few years, but the thing you got to look at
Do you think
is,
it would just be getting by?
that'd
with
be
400?
just getting by, because if it's built 400 beds in 2029, when it's opened, you're already full, you're already dealing with it again.
Okay, so the next question. Do you feel like there's a backlog created, a substantial backlog created by the judicial system and been a bottleneck right there as far as getting inmates out?
I don't think it's a bottleneck. I think if you look on that sheet, the crimes that we've got in there, I think there's 41 in there that are accused with either first-degree murder or murder, or attempted murder. You look at all the severe charges that are there, and it's on that sheet that Dottie prepared for you. The court system is run by the DA and the judges and the attorneys, defense attorneys. They continue cases. They won't, they run the court system. They run the judges. So when you say it's a bottleneck, it probably is a little bottleneck, but who's at fault on it, how you can correct it, I don't know. We've already got the things that, now, I don't do ankle bracelets, but I'm not signing on to let them out of there on ankle bracelets. I'm just not gonna do it. But the court does. Court lets them out of there on ankle bracelets. We've had an ankle bracelet program for a good while, for years. But the judge has got to put them on that ankle bracelet, because I am not turning a child molester loose on my ankle bracelet.
Yeah, that's not your call. Okay.
That's not gonna be my call.
I got you.
But I will say this, look at, you see it on Facebook, the bonds, the matchers. They get eat alive on Facebook for low bonds. The jails, the reason for a lot of that low bonds, because they know that we ain't got room for them. Cabarrus only take, I know there was some questions about Cabarrus County. They allot us 10 slots, and that's all.
Right.
And we take advantage of it just to relieve. I think this morning I saw we had 278 in the jail. 10 of them, I think 7 of them are in Cabarrus, 7 of those, not of those, but 7 are in Cabarrus County. We've got 3 or 4 around the state. We've swapped out with other people. We have to take their inmate, they take one of ours. We've got murderers that we have to segregate from each other. I think we've got one in Stanley. We have to take one of Stanley's because they got one of ours. There's no charge to it. We don't charge each other except if you go to Mecklenburg. But the rest of the counties work good together. Cabarrus charges $70 a day. That's not near what it costs them. I think their cost is the same as ours, around $129 a day. A lot of programs that we've got, Cabarrus has got, but that $70 don't include medical. So, for instance, we just had to go get one from Cabarrus that's got to have some kind of surgery. I'm not familiar with what kind of surgery it is. They're going into the hospital, there's gonna be surgery, we're gonna get a medical bill on it. Big one. Big one. You know, and we work with the district attorney's office and the judges, to be honest with you. Look on there at the weekenders. Let me tell you a little bit about that. You see those weekenders down there. You'll see, I don't remember the exact month, but I'm gonna say along about July or somewhere, we had to start letting weekenders back in there. The way we have to delay weekenders, we have to go to a judge and ask permission for him to sign an order to not let us accept weekenders. because we're full. Well, I talked to the judges, they call us, said what's happening is, all those months where we were turned down weekenders, those are citizens here in the county that are trying to serve a 1 or 2 day term in the jail. So if we turn them down from January to August, or July, or whatever that date is, then it just throws the whole system out of whack. They can't serve their time, the courts can't end up their cases, nothing happens. So in July, I think it was, we said, listen, we can't do this anymore. And the judges just won't sign up. I mean, they probably would if we asked them to be honest with you, but they don't like it.
Yeah.
But there's a lot goes on in that jail that you don't realize. All the people have to be segregated, separated. I can think of one case, we've got 7 people down there on the same case, murder case. You can't let them get together down there. They got to find a place for them down there. So there's a lot to the operation of that jail.
All right, let me ask you this. The current administration, I believe, is going to take a very hard stance against drug traffickers, against human traffickers, and against illegal immigration. What kind of effect or what kind of impact will that have? And I know this is all, there's so many moving parts, it's hard to know. But don't you foresee that having some impact on the jail, relieving some pressure?
It's going to relieve some pressure, but now we don't house federal inmates. I think we had one that they had to drop off for one night maybe or something, but we don't have a contract with the federal inmates. Michelle, let me tell you how that works. We have not changed from the last administration. We're still operating, we send them back. But what happens is, they bring them in there, they're charged with whatever they're charged with. It doesn't make any difference whether it's DUI or murder. Well, not murder, because they don't get a bond on murder, but they get a bond. Say, for instance, it's a $10,000 bond. They can't go, and they go in jail. We fingerprint everybody that comes in that jail. Everybody. It makes no difference what their nationality is. We fingerprint them all. We got a judge, Superior Court Judge, JP. David Lee started it. JP's continued with it. Judge Bragg continued with it. So we fingerprint everybody. We send the results to the FBI, ICE, everybody. If they want them, they send us a notification. We want them. When they make that bond of $10,000 is when that kicks in. They won't leave. That's how we'll house them. We'll house them for 48 hours, that's what the statute says, and they'll come get them within that 48 hours, regardless of what, and then the cases here will have to go to court. But now if they're in the jail, once they finish a case in jail, then the ICE comes and picks them up. So it's not gonna change us that much, it'll have a little stress on it. We put the pressure on drugs now. I can tell you that. We put, and to be honest with you, we're doing a lot with drugs. That's not gonna change. We're gonna continue to do that. We work every day, and we're not gonna stop that. You know, it's important, look at the schools, what a job they do in the schools, their SROs and all that. Well, they're making arrests every day. Now, they're juveniles, so they don't come into jail. That's one of the things. We can't have 16, 17 years old in our jail. So those are people that wasn't in the jail. They were in the jail before this. 3 years, I think, we haven't been able to house them in the jail. So all that affects the jail population.
I know that I don't believe we're gonna get any direction.
Is it 12:15?
That's okay. That's okay.
We are past the time for lunch, and that's fine. This is what I would suggest to the board. On the 18th, let's come prepared to give us some direction on what you want. Is there additional information you want? What are the things you want in order for us to then come to some resolution? Whether that's give the consultant some bookends, or whether that's go ask for additional data from the state, whatever that is, on the 18th, let's try to have a direction from the board on what you need to then make a decision at some point in the future.
Could I ask something of my colleagues? Are we all in agreement that we need a new jail? If nothing else, because of the physical decline of the facility we have now? Can we agree on that?
I agree on that.
Is there anybody who doesn't agree on that?
I think my guess is what you're really debating is the size.
Size.
It's really about the size.
And then how to.
Well, and I do have to say, this report has been very helpful. Estimated that by the time a jail was complete in 2029, 2030, we're already over 400 if we stay on track where we are. So I commend you on the fly. So I think we're struggling on the size. I would like to know, I do find it interesting range. They all do have, between a 500, 600 plus size jail. So it is shocking to see Union County at 264.
And if you'll notice, most of those were built in the 2000s. There's only one built in 2003. The rest of them were built really more in the mid to upper 2000s.
And apparently Gaston did an expansion within, because the last time we got a presentation, we were given some options to do a 400 bed with a 600 core, or a 500 bed with a 600 core, or a 600 bed with a 600 core. That was your presentation. And then we get the study and we're seeing 1,200. So it's very confusing. And it does take more than 3 days to digest. Obviously when we look at, Buncombe, Johnson, Cabarrus, New Hanover, Gaston, Onslow, Iredell, they all have a significantly larger jail than we have with, pretty much the same population base. So the first thing I want to say is, good job to Union County that we've been able to manage, that you have been able to manage all this.
Well, let me say this, Paul, I don't want to interrupt you, but the county commissioners took steps all along to help us manage this. They've added 2 ADAs in the district attorney's office that manage our jail population. It's not just me, but it's all our operation, and it's the county's operation too that's done a lot to help.
There's no doubt we have phenomenal human resources here in Union County, whether, it's in the judicial, law enforcement, I can't say enough about how well Union County does. But right now, we were presented the 400, 600, 500, 600, 600, 600, and then of course, at that same presentation, I think Union County Sheriff Office may have been, advocating for 800. 600, 800 core. And then we did the study, and then the study comes back like 800, 1,200.
Right.
So, and we've only had about 48 hours to, deal with that information. So it's a number issue. Right. I don't think any of us in 48 hours have been able to decide, which report do we go with. But then, just speaking for myself, when we do come up with that number, are we going to put it on the ballot? And I know that there's a lot of resistance to that, because, I struggle with this because from a school's point of view, we have schools that were built in 1920, and kids are still in the classroom.
So there's the life cycle on some of our public schools. And kudos to their maintenance and everything for being able to keep those doors open, and they are sweet, wonderful schools. But that is a reality. We have brick and mortar that goes back to the 1920s. A lot of people in our county think we do have a new jail. I continue to get the question, our jail's not that old. The jail was built in 1994. So the perception, a lot of people in Union County here long before me, think we do have a new jail, and they do not understand why they're going to have to help pay for another new jail. So that, that's something to struggle with. But going back to, one, we have to decide what size. It is very good information to know that not only, can we start out with a number of beds and expand down the road, to work our way to 2050. I think, for me personally, I think we need to be looking at 2030, 2040, and then have the ability to expand, if we need to, towards 2050. But then we have to decide, is it going to go on the bond in 2026? Or do we determine that we're so behind the 8 ball that this has been kicked down the road for so many years, and that now this board's could potentially have to make a decision without letting the voters decide. So for me, those are two very, very big questions. How big? For how long? And has this decision been postponed so long over the last 4 to 8 years that now this board is put into a position that the voters will not be able to say yea or nay?
There's a strategy to any of that. I'll be perfectly honest. If the board decided to put this on a referendum, I doubt it would pass. School bond referendum passed at 55%, and that's for school. I don't know the voters would vote for a jail. That doesn't stop the board from putting it on a bond and a referendum and having the voters vote and say yes or no. But keep in mind that if they say no, and then you decide you still need it, the local government commission is not very happy with financing once you've gone out to ask for the voters to give you a decision. They're not really inclined to let you move forward with other types of financing right away. They might let you do it in 3 or 4 years, come back to them and say, I want to do a LOB, a limited obligation bond, or some other financing for it. But they've said, you've already taken it to the voters. They said no. They're not inclined to be supportive of that. Now, that's different if there's a court order. The court orders you to build a jail, which we were previously ordered to build a jail, then they really can't stand in the way of it at that point in time. That's not a strategy, that's just how it works. The local government commission can't really stand in the way of it. So there's a lot of moving pieces and parts. So if you want to put it on a referendum, we've got plenty of time to do that. But keep in mind that I would be very doubtful it would pass.
Was the 911 center put on a referendum?
Yes.
Was the crime lab put
The
up
sheriff's
for,
office was put on a referendum.
and they passed both times?
They did pass, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I think it goes because
Both of them were on the same bond.
so I do kind of struggle with predicting when past bonds for the sheriff department have passed very successfully. I do struggle with the advice that it wouldn't pass this time.
Well, my only advice is looking at the more recent bond referendums. It's not that bond referendum, it's a school bond referendum, 55%. And those are some of the most favorable bonds that you see. People almost always vote for school bonds. If you're having difficulty with people voting for school bonds, that's only going to translate to what they vote for that's not a school bond. That's where my advice is coming from.
Yeah.
Again, it's your choice. We're not saying don't, we're just saying keep in mind that might happen.
Commissioner Sines?
Since we have changed our discussion a little bit to how we're gonna build what, or pay for whatever we're gonna build, I'll be glad to give my 2 cents. I would not support putting on a referendum in front of the voters. And I'll tell you why. It is very expensive, it's a project, but, and just for me, I consider job one to keep people safe in our county. That there are many other jobs, many other hats we wear, but public safety has got to be number one in my book.
And Commissioner Sines, I agree with you completely, but I think our children are number one also.
Well, I understand. Like I said, we wear many hats, but if I had to rank them, I would say public safety is number one. We know we're going to have to build one because it's falling apart, and we know that there is going to be a lot of public, why do we need to do it? And I feel comfortable making the case that we do. I think whatever size we pick, we're going to have pushback, and I get that. It goes with the territory. But I think it is, and this is just me, but people elect officials because they expect you to make the right decision, the best decision you can for what's right for the county. And instead of having a referendum on every single item that's needed for the county, we're not putting the barn project on a referendum. So there has to be a level of where we take responsibility for a decision that we feel is critical to the well-being of our citizens. And to me, that's law enforcement, that's a jail, that's making sure we have our public safety, our deputies, with what they need to do their job. Now that's, again, that's just me, I'm one of 5, but my opinion is this is too, with a 4-year, even if we decided today, we're looking at 4 years before this place opens, a jail opens. And what is happening is not only are we growing as a county, but also the crimes we're seeing are more severe, which I don't want to say that there's a bottleneck, but the more serious the crime is, it takes longer to get through the system. And we already are working on expanding the courthouse to provide, if it's funded by the state, additional, if they see fit, additional court capacity. But we don't have that right now, so that does increase the length of stay for people who end up in the jail with serious offenses. So it's a dichotomy of both of those events, which, like everybody's saying, it's hard to predict. It's not going to go down. No. But I digress from the financing issue. That's just my personal thoughts, that we are going to have to take responsibility for not only what we feel is the right fit for size, but also the responsibility of making that decision and moving forward as promptly as we can when we have, everybody feels comfortable with the information they have.
So the decision to how you pay for it, you don't have to make that decision today or next
I know,
week or
but
next
I think
month.
it should.
And I understand there are some serious concerns about how you pay for it, whether it's a referendum, not a referendum. You know, the real decision is that, do you build it? What size do you build it? And how quickly do we finish that component of it? If the board needs additional information, we need to know that, so we could go obtain that. If the board needs more time to decide on a size, we just need to understand what you want, what you need, so that then we can have a path forward.
So I'll tell you what I would like, and I apologize. I like this report very much. Page 2, is extremely helpful for my decision-making and maybe for the others as well. I love that capacity comparison to other North Carolina counties with the similar population that we have right now, extremely helpful. It shows how far behind Union County is, and how this decision has been ignored for a very, very long time. So we are where we are.
Right.
What I would like to see is I would like to see a very similar chart with our projected population at 2030, 2040, and 2050. And then I want to see comparable counties at those projections and what their capacity is. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, let's clarify that request for information, because the consultant gave two different sets of projections based on adjustments in, I don't know, how
Yeah, that's true.
the ELS is
The second one is
addressed.
increase in bookings.
Right.
Is it a second chart to the right?
And so how valid, I guess my additional question is, how do we believe, which chart do we believe?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
These
Yeah,
two
it would go on the
charts,
left
the
or right.
assumptions they're making, how do we feel the assumption of the higher bed size because of the higher booking rate is justified? Does that make sense?
I understand what you're asking, and I think.
The consultant didn't really justify, other than he said, the way I took it was, if you turn the spigot on
Right.
and not be restricted by jail size, and so the legal process, the judges and everything know that the size of or the number of beds in the jail is not a consideration, that you would be able to turn the spigot on, that this projection would be justified. Is that the right takeaway from?
I understand, I think, and again, I'm a consultant's not here.
Yeah.
What I understood them to say is, from their experience in other jurisdictions, they saw that bookings actually nearly doubled as soon as a new jail facility was open, and that's what they based it on. Again, I'm no expert.
No.
I'm merely saying that my understanding, what the consultant said, in their experience, they saw bookings nearly double as soon as a new jail facility opened. Yes, sir.
I would like to get Sheriff Cathy to comment on that. Do you foresee that being the case?
I don't think it's a double immediately, no, I don't. We've had very little restrictions on the towns that enter people in our jail, and we've not had any restrictions on our agency entering people in the jail. So it's gonna grow, I mean, and it'll go up, and there's no question about it. And the courts help us, and be honest with you, they're getting to the point where they don't wanna help us. I mean, they wanna help us, but they're saying, we can't let him out, we can't do this. So, yes, it's going up, but I don't see it doubling.
So I do want to point out that the recommendation that I made and that the sheriff and I talked about this is not the one that where bookings go.
Yeah.
We're actually recommending that we are more closer to the bookings, which is really that sort of greenish constant increase in bookings. As the sheriff, as many people think, we think that the outcome is really more sort of status quo. We're going to continue what we do and how we do it. It's just going to grow naturally over time. We can't control the fact that there's more people, there's more offenses. That's going to happen. So just keep in mind that between the sheriff and I, we think that that is more of a reasonable view. Not that 1,250 bed, you're going to just open the spigots. We think it is a more reasonable view for that.
So you're basing the bed need more on the actual overall growth in population of the county, rather than feeling like it has been artificially restricted due to the lack of capacity now. Okay, okay. You feel comfortable with that?
I agree.
Okay, all right, that helps, that helps me.
Commissioner Ham, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, please.
Okay, so, just a couple final thoughts. So first of all, Sheriff Kathy, if we just outlaw crime, and we said it's a time or two, if we just
County
outlaw
commissioners
crime.
can do that.
What's that?
The county commissioners can do that.
Well, maybe we should take action on that tonight, what do you think, or today? So first of all, just want to say, I would appreciate if, again, and maybe we're beating our heads up against a wall here, but if we can go back and request that data that was missing. You know, again, the consultant stressed to us that that was a smoking gun, you know, that could alter the assumptions that were made. And in my opinion, and I'm certainly, you know, not a law enforcement expert, but in my opinion, that we are missing, I think we need it, okay? The other thing is, I'll say this, you know, in regards to the bond referendum. You know, there was a lot of discussion from the consultant about stakeholders, all right? And what I'll say is that I'm not disagreeing with the consultant. They should have interviewed, you know, your staff, yourself. They should have interviewed, you know, folks in the court system. But the taxpayers are stakeholders too, okay? And so if there is any benefit whatsoever for a bond referendum, is we finally get that input, you know, from the people that we represent. And so, you know, for what it's worth, I'm not saying that we should or should not do that, but I am saying that their input, they are critical stakeholders. And so far, you know, we're not getting any input from them. So I'd appreciate it, again, if staff can at least make the attempt, either working through the consultant or, you know, through other means to try to get that data, I would certainly appreciate that.
So I've got two things. Are there any other data requests from board members that you want us to?
Commissioner Merrill, I just want to clarify, some of the projections we have come up with are based on recent studies we've done. We can reach out to those counties. They may not have similar data to what we have, but we can reach out to request what their projections look like. We just don't know what kind of they've used to determine those projections, but we will try to get as much information as we can.
Population is one thing. Inmate population may be different, but we can certainly get population, like total population for the county. Like, here's the total population of the county. Here's their projected total population for the county.
No, I'm talking about our projections, not their projections. So I want to look at Union County. I want to take our projected population, that size, to where we think we're gonna be in 30, where we think we'll be in 40, where we think we're gonna be in 50. Tell us what that comparable counties, because they're not gonna be on this list, because this is current. So
Not inmate population, just total population of the county.
So find the county that will be comparable to our population in 2030, 40, and 50. Find the county that matches that and let us know what their jail capacity is at that size. Does that make?
I want to make sure we were clear.
Yeah.
So that, just a clarification.
Can I add on that? I don't know if this is available. It might go back to the court information that we can't seem to get. Along with Ms. Merrill's request for population, for those, at those different amounts, is there any kind of data for the crime statistics for that county as well? I know we can't get the court stuff, but.
I don't know if they're gonna do projections that way.
No, but
No,
she's
we're not
saying
talking about
find-
projections.
I'm asking what he's asking.
No, if she says find a county that's the same, projected to be this, that is now, the same size that we're projected to be 2030, population-wise. And then look what size jail they have, and then look at their crime statistics for their population.
Yes.
Is that
I
Do you see-
understand, yep.
If there's any data we can draw.
So if I understand it, if we're projected at, I don't know.
Let's just say 300,000.
Yeah,
Right now, we're
300,000.
260. Let's just say we're 300,000.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. So tell me who the county is,
Yeah.
right now, that's at 300.
Yeah.
What size jail do they have?
Okay.
What is their capacity?
And then, and
their
Jerry's
average
asking,
daily
what is their crime
population?
statistics?
Yeah.
So you just
Yeah.
say, what's the crime statistics?
So if all the stars aligned, when we're get to the place at 2030, that 300,000, we should have the same crime profile as they do now.
Okay.
And I
Because
don't
that's
know if
really the only baseline
Yeah,
we're
I
gonna
don't
be
know
able
if
to
that's
find
gonna-
if we don't, if Raleigh's not gonna cough up any, data.
That might be an end run around, but there might be certain nuances in the county, whatever. Yeah,
Remember, we are the 8th largest county, so there's only 7 above us. So, again, what you're gonna run into.
You know what, I think you just narrowed it down.
What you're gonna
Yeah.
run into.
you don't have to look at 99 now.
What you're gonna run into is that there are going to be some significantly higher than us.
Exactly.
It's gonna
Then
be-
that's our 2040
we
number.
will look and see
Yeah.
what we can find. We may not be able to make it be perfect.
I think
but
it just
we-
got a lot simpler.
Yeah,
There are only 7 above us, but we'll provide you with that. And I think what we'll do is we may just look at just those 7 counties and try to actually look at what they have, and then maybe bump them, which is would bump them actually is one of those 7.
Yeah.
But maybe
Yeah.
one below us, that's maybe Johnston or Cabarrus, and what are theirs, because they're close, they're not far off, and they are a growing community as well. So what we'll do is we'll take those 7 plus maybe the one below us, and we'll provide you that information.
Yeah.
Buncombe's jail is pretty old.
Yep. Yeah, I just wanna know what is their jail capacity, what is their average daily population? And I do find it interesting that this chart, they built more than what they're taking in. So, I don't know what sales pitch they got
Well, I think
for,
they probably had the same, desire to make sure that they needed to
It
move
lasts.
prisoners, to be able to do work. It was probably the same thing, don't build it for today. You need to build it for the next 25, 30 years. Otherwise, you're in the same boat we are. You don't have a facility that you can accommodate, more inmates. So that's probably what they did. They just looked at what is the future of their inmate population and then built to that.
Say Cabarrus County, just use them.
mm-hmm,
I think they're 600 and some.
mm-hmm.
665 this is.
So, well, maybe that's what it is. All right. They kept their jail annex, which I think is 96. We've asked them if we can use the jail annex. They've kept it up and it's available, but it's not staffed or it's not doing anything. It's just been sitting there. So we've asked the county commissioners in Cabarrus County if we could use half of that jail annex, to transport people up there for this $5 million locking project. And they went through the building, looked, everything's good, but we still got to pay for their officer $45 an hour. And then we've got to send 2 of ours up there, which will
We
be
actually
it.
have to staff it, Sheriff.
We got to-
They
we
want
got
us to put the detention officers in it, and that has its own challenges. So
Yeah.
that's a temporary measure, if they say yes, and that's great. The sheriff and I talked about, do we really wanna spend $4 to $5 million on a locking project if we're going to build a new jail? If we aren't, that's fine, but if we are, do we really wanna spend $4 to $5 million on that locking project on the current jail? And we'd rather not invest.
I agree.
In that. But, those are strategies that we need to understand what the board's direction is so we can make a long-term decision. Right now, we don't know the answer to, we don't know what you wanna do, so we've got these options just sitting out there, just waiting for us to make a final decision on.
And if we send jail inmates, workers up there,
Mm-hmm.
we'll lose them to Cabarrus County because they pay more money.
Okay, so the last question that I'm gonna leave you with, and we don't need to discuss it today, but the last question, that I have heard, 96 sales, whatever, if you could tell us on February 18th, if we can have a discussion, if there's anything salvageable at the existing jail, because we've done a lot of, maintenance improvement at that jail, like the locks and, we poured a lot of money into that jail
Every year.
over the last couple of years, and I'm sure before that. So on the 18th, I do want to know, and maybe it's going to have to go back to for a study, whatever. But I'm going to want to know if we're going to be if there's anything we're going to be able to salvage
That's fair.
in our current jail for a possible annex or an isolation area because you have seven inmates on the same case.
I think that's a fair question.
So I would like to hear more about that.
We will be prepared to talk about that on the 18th.
Okay. Woo.
If y'all need anything from us, all you gotta do is ask.
Thank you, Sheriff Kathy.
It is past our last time. I'm sorry we kept you for a lot longer. I told you we were going to sign at 12:15, but we didn't.
We're only an hour five.
So what we're gonna do,
Three of them.
so this is what we're gonna do, guys. We're gonna stop in a minute. We're gonna go, everybody go get your lunches. We're gonna do a working lunch. Wow, you guys are eating. We're gonna continue with our presentation. I'm good. You guys
Okay.
good with that?
Yep, we're good with
All
that.
right, let's take a few minutes and you go get your lunch.
Get in line for the bathroom.
debt do we actually look at, and how do we afford that, and then we start building our debt affordability models in conjunction with our financial advisor. So today I also have with me here our actual financial advisor consulting group, Davenport, which is Mitch Brulo. Some of you are familiar with him. He's been with us for several years, but for the new board members, this is your opportunity to ask him any questions you may have as well about financing projects, what we look at for those options, as well as what the credit rating agencies look at. So quickly, I'm going to go through our total existing debt with you today. So before we can build any models, we have to look at what do we currently owe. This is in your printouts today. I know it's hard to read on this screen. And so this really breaks our debt down by what type of debt it is, as well as what the debt was issued for. And all of the columns over to the right is actually the budgetary funds that we have bifurcated out, where we actually budget that tax rate at from a operational budget standpoint going forward. We get many questions, sometimes from the board, about what is our outstanding debt for, what projects did we actually pay for with that debt, and when does that debt mature so it comes off, and then we have capacity built into our tax rate to be able to afford to do additional capital projects in the future. I'm not going to go through this. It's in your book. There's a spreadsheet printout, so you have that to look at for the future. So just real quickly, the chart over to the left is our total outstanding debt, and then this over to the right breaks down our current debt service by year. As Jason mentioned earlier, Jason May, that is, not Jason K, Jason May. A lot of our money goes to the schools, as you were aware. A lot of the outstanding debt is for education. So going into the budget for 2026, our total debt service for county dollars is going to be $52 million. That does not include water and sewer. That is in the enterprise fund. So we don't add that into the debt affordability models for a property tax rate increase. We model that separately through the rate model with Stantec when we go over the water and sewer master plan with the board. So now I'm going to turn it over to Mitch. He's going to talk through the capital funding options, some credit rating, things that we look at when we get ready to go into the market, and then I will talk about some next steps and where we're at with bond issuances for Union County Public Schools in South Piedmont that are coming up, as well as the Judicial Center.
Thanks, Beverly. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for having me back again with you all today. Is Beverly asked me to come and participate in your retreat today. Thought it would be helpful, having heard and seen the types of debt you have outstanding right now, talk a little bit about what that debt represents, what type of, we call it a credit, right? What is the security for the debt that you have outstanding, and what are the options that you can consider for debt as you move forward to fund these and future major capital projects. And so page, I guess, 98 of your book outlines some of the more frequently used financing options in North Carolina. And you all have utilized all of these forms of financing in the past. And we start out with non-debt options, right? Grants, which you all are pursuing, and it sounds like are pursuing even more aggressively now, which are great because you don't have to pay any county cash for them. It's coming from an outside funding source, and that doesn't cost you anything. That's the best option if you can get them. Challenge is you have to apply for some of them, you have to qualify for some of them, or you have to work with your state representatives to get the direct allocation from the state budget, which is not a guarantee either, right? So you can't necessarily count on being able to fund a project with grants. You have to plan for if you don't get those grants as well. The other piece that we often see with grants is they don't always fund the entire project, right? They may help reduce the cost of a project, but it may not cover the full cost of a project. So oftentimes, even when you do get the grants, you're still looking at some of these other forms of funding the capital project as well. Second one is called in the governmental world pay-go, pay-as-you-go financing. That is cash funding a project. And again, this is a great option if it's available to you. Doesn't cost you any interest over time. You pay for the project up front. But that does require that you have those funds in the bank when you're ready to fund the project, or if you need to build up the funds over time, your project gets delayed, and we've seen over the last couple of years what that can do to project costs. A couple other things that I just mentioned about pay-as-you-go capital. You know, oftentimes we look at it coming from within your current budget or within the reserves that you've built up over the years. But oftentimes folks, particularly when looking at major capital projects, will explore other avenues for pay-as-you-go capital as well. Many counties have voted the quarter-cent sales tax, which is an additional revenue source. And then oftentimes folks will look at, you know, what sort of assets do we have that are not being utilized or are being underutilized, and can we maybe sell those for a higher purpose and get cash for those to put towards a more prioritized project for us? So a couple different avenues that you can explore for pay-as-you-go financing. Once you get through those, right, if you get a grant but it's not enough to fund the full project, you don't have cash in the bank or in your annual budget to cover the rest, then you're looking for a financing option. And the three we've listed here are the most frequently used. There are a few other financing options available to you all, to counties in North Carolina, but they're for specialized purposes. So the first option, which you all are very familiar with, you've utilized for most of your debt outstanding, is general obligation bonds, right? So what does that mean to be a general obligation bond? Well, it is a bond that you all issue that is backed by the full faith, credit, and taxing power of the county. By selling those bonds, you are entering into agreement with the people who buy your bonds that you will set the tax rate at whatever level is needed to pay them back. And so because of that, because it is a pledge of your unlimited taxing power, you are required in almost every case to go to referendum to issue general obligation bonds. Again, because it is backed by the full faith and credit of the county, it is your highest rated associated with the referendum. And it does come, like you all discussed earlier, with the risk of a failed referendum. And Madam Chair, you asked earlier, you know, what do people do? Why do people consider GO bonds versus others? One of the considerations, and you all hit on it in your conversation, you're dead on, is looking at funding projects that are statutorily required versus non-statutorily required projects, right? So that is often a consideration when looking at financing method. If you have to provide it, then considering that referendum risk is one of the decisions in the process. Timing of a referendum is also another consideration. You all are well ahead of the timing on the jail project that you all discussed earlier. But oftentimes, you know, you may not be at a point where you can get a referendum done in time to have the funds in hand to keep your project on schedule. Conversely, you may not be at the point in a project that you know how much the project costs and you're comfortable setting the amount that you're going to put on a referendum. Referenda, when they're voted, are good for 7 years, can be extended another 3 years, but you have to put an amount on the referenda. And if you are not at a point where you authorized way too much bonds and you don't need to issue all of them, no problem. Those bonds can expire. You don't have to use all of them. But if you're short and you set the amount too low, then you're back to the waterfall of trying to figure out, if we can't value engineer the project low enough to fit within our referenda amount, where do we come up with the rest of the funds? So those are just some. The next method is an installment financing. It's General Statute 160A20 allows for this type of financing. And when it's issued in the public markets, when you sell bonds publicly, they're referred to as limited obligation bonds. You all have sold these types of bonds in the past. They are not a pledge of your taxing power. You pledge an asset to serve as collateral for that financing. And so when considering an installment financing to fund a project, one of the things that we need to look at is what is the project you're financing, and is it an essential governmental asset? You are offering this asset as collateral. It is subject to your annual appropriation. You are not required, statutor's recourse, if you choose not to pay, is to foreclose on that property. You are putting a mortgage on a facility. And so because of that, the security, what you put a mortgage on, is an important consideration. When you're going out to banks to look at getting a loan from a bank to fund a project, the banks are very focused on this, and many will not bid on a financing if it's not an essential governmental asset the way that they look at it. If you issue bonds in the public markets, going to the rating agencies, typically your limited obligation bonds will be rated just one level lower than your general obligation bonds. So you all are AAA. Your limited obligation bonds are rated AA1, AA+.
How does that translate into interest rate difference?
Yeah.
How many points are there?
It varies in the market, but it's not overly meaningful, right? It's maybe 5 basis points, 5 to 10 basis, 0.05% to 0.1% on average. It's not when you're at the rating level that you are, it's not a dramatic differential. And we'll get to the rating chart in a second. I'll revisit that. But it is, if you don't have an essential governmental asset, you can be looking at, instead of AA+, AA or AA minus as a rating for those specific bonds, right? It doesn't mean that you're not still rated, viewed as a greater risk by the rating agencies if it's not an essential governmental asset. So those are some of the things that we consider when looking at installment financings. Actually, one other thing on collateral that I'll mention is, along those same lines, if it's not an essential governmental asset, that's one consideration. And even more so if it's something that isn't really a viable asset for a lender to foreclose on. Think streets and sidewalks, right? Those are very difficult for a lender to foreclose on. We've done it before and can provide an interest in asphalt, but it's not overly exciting to very many people. So that's oftentimes why you see a lot of folks, cities in particular, have a referendum for streets and sidewalks. Parks and Rec are another very popular GO bond because it's not viewed as an essential governmental asset. So those are kind of some of the machinations or decision-making process to go through, to be thinking about when deciding on a general obligation bond or a limited obligation bond or installment financing. The other most popular type of bond that we see, and you all have these outstanding, are revenue bonds. That is a pledge of the net revenue of an enterprise system. It works great for water and sewer utilities, electric utilities, but we can't use those for governmental projects. So really, those are the financing option when we're talking about the water and sewer system. Okay. Feel free to interrupt me along the way, too. One of the other sort of aspects of the financing world, and we're not going to hit on this too much today, but just for your information, once you decide on the type of credit, general obligation bond, limited obligation bond, revenue bond, you also get to choose how you're going to sell that bond. It can be done as what we call a direct bank loan, so that's going out directly to a bank or through a competitive RFP process to many lenders, getting interest rate quotes and terms and conditions, and going directly and closing a loan with a bank. Has lower costs of issuance on the front end because you don't need credit ratings. The documentation process is less involved, but it often comes with a higher level of interest rate. So direct bank loans are typically used and most viable for smaller or medium size projects. Once you start getting larger and larger amounts, every basis point, every percentage point on an interest rate becomes more meaningful over the life of the loan, the larger the financing goes to. And that's where, you know, the public sale process comes in. And this is often the lowest cost of funds because you are accessing not just a group of banks who lends in North Carolina, but you are accessing internationally investors who are willing to buy your bonds. So you have a larger base that you're marketing to, and oftentimes comes with a lower interest rate, but it's higher upfront costs. There's more professionals involved. You have to have an underwriter to actually sell and market your bonds. There's more documentation. You have to get credit ratings on the bonds. So that's a trade-off. And where you do that evaluation before we issue any debt, we look at all of these options to figure out what seems to be the most viable approach for any specific issuance.
Is the rate still around 5 these days?
So current market, you know, depending upon what type of bond we're issuing in the public markets, call it mid to upper 3%, 4% range. So 3.5% to 4%, give or take. For your effective yield, effective tax exempt yield. Now, yeah. The other option that we have on here is state, federal loan programs. So often think DEQ, state revolving loan funds for water and sewer type projects. USDA Rural Development has a community facilities program that often provides subsidized interest rates, but you have to qualify for those. And it's an competitive application process that comes with additional procurement requirements sometimes that are more than what your normal procurement methods may be, and that can impact project cost as well. So for governmental projects, which you all are talking about today, you're really looking at general obligation bonds and installment financings or LOBs, and most likely looking at a direct bank loan or a public sale. If we go the public sale route, your credit rating is going to be an important aspect of achieving a market-based best interest rate you can get in the market at that time. And it also ensures that you have good access. Investors are interested in purchasing your bonds. And you all are rated as best as you can be, right? AAA across the board. That is your general obligation, full faith and credit of the county credit rating, AAA across the board. Your existing LOBs are rated AA1, AA+, because those are all essential, secured by essential governmental assets. To your question earlier, cost differential between these. The other thing that I was going to mention is, you know, when you're in that AAA, AA category, it's not a huge differential in interest rates. Where you really start to see the differential get larger is when you get into that single A category. Going from AA to single A is a much larger impact on interest rates than going from AAA to AA. Yeah, everything below BBB is the non-investment grade, but that's right. And so, you know, the further you go down the scale, the riskier it's perceived, the more credit risk premium is tied to it. But AAA to AA is not a big difference. Also have a little bit of perspective here for you from Moody's Investor Service. just what that AAA means, how you stack up across the board. Nationally, there are about 664 rated counties. 117 of those, or about 17%, are rated AAA. So you're in the top 20% of all counties nationally who are rated. And then you can see the same data for North Carolina and who falls into those categories. North Carolina is typically a higher rated state. The oversight from the local government commission, the way that you all have historically conducted yourselves financially over the years has led to much higher ratings in the state of North Carolina. You'll also note that there's only 57 counties in North Carolina that are rated. You only need a credit rating if you issue bonds in the public markets. So there are 43 other counties who are not currently rated. They may have been rated in the past, but don't have public bonds outstanding. They may have never had to issue public bonds and get a credit rating. So you only have a rating if you issue and still have outstanding public bonds, GOs, LOBs, etc. Okay? Last piece I'm going to mention here for you before I turn it back over to Beverly. I thought it might be helpful just to understand what goes into the credit rating, right? We talk about ratings a lot, and it's important to have good access to capital markets, lower interest rates. But what does that mean for you all as a board when managing your credit rating? What goes into it? What we have here is a summary of Moody's rating methodology. And S&P follows a very similar approach. They have two components, what I'll call a quantitative component. They have a rating scorecard, and they have certain factors that they look at, and they assign weights to each of those factors. And so they do the math for you all, they plug your score in, apply the weights, and that kicks out an indicative rating. That's where you start the rating process. From there, they factor in qualitative factors that they believe are not captured necessarily within that indicative scorecard. So, examples, you're in the Charlotte metro region. They view that as a broad and diverse economy. That can be a positive qualitative factor. Orange County, North Carolina is where UNC Chapel Hill is. They have the hospital, they have the university. Those are tax-exempt properties. It does not add to their tax base, so they have a lower tax base, a lower assessed value, because of the university takes up so much land within the county. However, it's a big driver within the economy, sales tax, jobs, and so that's a positive qualitative factor for them. Likewise, if you had a company who was just the driver of your community, your economy, and they are 30% of your overall tax base, and they employ 20% of the people in the county. Well, what happens if that company goes away, right? That's a concentration risk within a single corporation that could cause ripple effects throughout the economy. That could be a negative qualitative factor. So looking at these quantitative factors, the scorecard factors for Moody's, I think the other interesting thing to note is when you work on your budget this year, what's going to drive the rating process, right? Well, 30% of the rating is based upon economy. Look at gross domestic product of the county or the MSA, median income levels, assessed value of the county. There's no budgetary decision, budgetary vote that you can make that's going to impact that overnight. You all are bringing economic development department in-house and being aggressive with economic development, zoning policies, those type of things can impact it long-term. You have long-term control or influence over that piece of it, but nothing directly as part of this upcoming budget. Likewise, institutional frameworks, another 10%. You're a county in North Carolina. So they have assigned the second highest score to you. They look at how you're organized, what your statutory requirements are, schools, public safety. You have to fund all of that. Some other counties and other states don't, right? South Carolina has independent school districts that fund Schools, they have their own tax rate. So counties in South Carolina don't have that debt on their books. They don't have that responsibility to fund that. So just the differences from state to state impact that institutional framework. Maybe you can get some laws changed or responsibilities changed, but I think that's really, really, really long-term control. So not a whole lot you can do about that, right? So that's 40% of the overall rating that you all, whatever you do as part of this upcoming budget, is not really going to influence. The other 60% is debt. They refer to it as leverage, right? So that's mostly your debt outstanding, but it's also pension and other post-employment benefit type liabilities that you do have control over. You all can determine how much debt you issue and how much debt you carry to a certain point. You know, once you enter into a contract to fund a project, you've got to fund the project. And if debt funding is the source, then you're kind of locked into it at that point in time. The final 30% is financial performance, which you all have done a great job over the years of doing, and important to continue that. That is the one that you have the most control over as part of the upcoming budget process, right? Maintaining healthy fund balances, maintaining a structurally balanced budget, revenues versus expenditures. Last thing I'll mention, each of the rating agencies is a little different. Standard & Poor's applies very similar factors to this to your governmental funds for your general obligation bond rating. Moody's, under their methodology, they don't just look at your governmental funds. They don't just look at the general fund, the education fund. They look at the entire county budget, including water and sewer. So for Moody's, decisions you make with the water and sewer fund impact your financial performance score, your leverage score as well. So that's something to be aware of. Fitch, your other rating, is a little different than all of these folks. They have put out a new methodology that is almost 100% quantitative, and they're pretty rigid about it. So they plug in scores, and wherever you end up, that's what your rating is. And we've seen a few counties who have been rated AAA for decades. Some of the factors that Fitch has included were not beneficial to them, and they were downgraded from AAA. And several have subsequently dropped Fitch altogether, dropped their rating. They had Moody's, they had S&P, and that's all they needed. So just a few little tidbits there that I thought may be interesting or helpful to you. But overall, as you look to fund these major capital projects, you've got a great rating, you have access to the capital markets at attractive interest rates, and you've got some options that you'll be able to utilize if you choose to. Sir.
Could I ask you one last question? The only reason I asked you is since you work with other counties.
Sure.
Not that Miss Beverly would know the answer. I assume you would take out the water and sewer debt, but just the remaining county debt, per capita, how do we stack up with other counties in North Carolina?
Grab something real quick. So, thanks. I'd say a couple things. You all have adopted financial policies, debt-related policies, which is great for a number of reasons. But that's something that we look at here. One of the key factors, you have a policy on this, debt to assessed value is not to exceed 3%. You all are right around 1%, give or take right now, which is right in line with just under the AAA median. So compared to other AAA counties in North Carolina, your debt to assessed value is slightly below the median. You're a little bit lower than the median. So I'd say you're right in line with others in terms of the amount of debt you have outstanding from that perspective. One of your other policies is debt service to expenditures, how your annual debt payment compares to your overall budget, right? Overall governmental budget. And you all are right around 11%, give or take. Your policy is not to exceed 15%. The AAA median is just under 15%. So on that policy, you're lower as well. There's AAAs that are north of 20% on this debt service to expenditure ratio. So I give you that background to say what I could have said up front is that kind of right in line, a little bit better than what we're seeing for many of your peers. And that's going to change as well, right? It's a life cycle process. Guilford County is AAA. They're in the middle of issuing a big school bond referendum. They're going to be on the higher end right now. But others, Mecklenburg went on a debt diet for a while. And if you looked at them when they were on their debt diet, they were on the lower end. Exactly. But
They gained a lot of weight.
So I just mentioned that to say it's also a life cycle thing too. This is a snapshot in time, but you're in good shape. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and as he mentioned about the credit rating agency, since I've been in Union County, those methodologies have changed over time. And so each time they change, we have to look at, what does that mean for us? And what does that mean for us going forward, as he mentioned about Fitch? And, at some point in the future, do we decide, do we keep 3 or do we only keep 2? But that would mean what you currently already have outstanding, you maintain the 3. They don't go away. It's just any future bond issuance that we would do. We can make that decision in the future. He mentioned our debt policy also. Our debt policy has been in place since probably around 2013. As we go through looking at other major capital projects in the future, it's probably time to relook at that and determine are our percentages and key ratios where they need to be now for a county of our size versus where they were at in 2013, and even some of those carrying forward from the early 2000s. Just to give you kind of a perspective on how all that plays a factor in how we finance major capital projects and the things that we get to worry about behind the scenes that you guys don't even know that's going on some days. So next, I just wanted to give you an update on the timeline for the school bonds that were approved by the voters in November for Union County Public Schools, and the voter-approved debt for South Piedmont that was approved in 2022 for the Center for Entrepreneurship, as well as where we're at in the process for the bond issuance for the Judicial Center. In conjunction with the schools, they have provided this to us. This is their tentative timeline for East Union Middle School. As you are aware, before that construction can actually start, the new Forest Hills High School has to open, which is scheduled this coming school year. And so they will be moving forward with a construction contract soon to start that construction in the August timeframe. And for Parkwood High School, as you are aware, soliciting for design in March. So we are looking at doing a general obligation bond issuance to meet these timelines for construction in the July timeframe. South Piedmont has actually completed or almost completed full design, and they are ready to start construction in April for the Center for Entrepreneurship. And so with that, when they start construction in April, we won't actually start making payments when they start construction. So we won't start making payments probably till 2 months after that. So we are going to combine both. We're doing it all at the same time. So the next steps, as Chris Boyd in his presentation, to agree to fund that project with $13 million of 2/3 general obligation bonds. So what's the calculations for 2/3 bonds is based on the debt that you paid off in the prior year. The Local Government Commission works closely with us on that, bringing items to you as a board to take action on the actual bond orders and getting all the documents in place needed leading up to that. So we will also be working on that bond to issue it in July as well. We have to close on that particular bond one day before we close on the school bond and South Piedmont bond to meet the requirements of issuing the 2/3 bonds prior to a new general obligation bond coming on debt, on our debt capacity. So I'm going to turn it back over to Mitch. So we work closely with our financial advisors to actually build our debt models and our affordability. You all have seen these models as we went through the bond referendum process for the schools in South Piedmont. We want you to see these again leading up to the budget process and understand that this is our best estimates as of today. And it is using the current penny value as of today. This does not take into consideration yet the reval. we will be updating the debt models for reval as we have final numbers from Van and his team.
I brought my cheat sheet. I can zoom in on this. Yeah, I know it's a little hard to read. Apologies. When we make independent hard copies, we'll be sure to print them on 11 by 17 for you. But I'll kind of give you just a rundown at a high level. I'm not going to walk through every column here, but just big picture underneath, and I'll reference colors too. Underneath the green header on the left, these are what we're referring to as the funding requirements. So this is your existing debt service and the proposed school debt service. This first page is the Union County Public School model. It's the portion of the education fund that funds K to 12 public schools. So the debt service for K through 12 public schools, again, under that green header. Under the brown header in the middle, this is the revenue available. So in the past, you all have dedicated tax rates. It's about 1.94 cents currently towards public school debt service. In addition, the state lottery funds and the restricted portion of the sales tax are included as well. So a portion of the sales tax is restricted for school capital and debt service. Those are the three revenue sources that you have available to pay for school debt. And what we see is with the proposed bonds, the first 6 years or so, there are deficits. That's the red boxes. They're showing you the years where the deficits occur. That's consistent with what we had looked at before the referenda. And as part of the referendum, put out statements of disclosure that disclosed that a tax rate impact would be required if the bonds were approved. And what we're showing under the gold columns is the tax rate impact and the revenue associated with that. Same 1.8 cents that we looked at prior to the referendum. A portion of that is tied to the 2024 referendum, and a portion of that is tied to the 2022 referendum. The tax rate impact from the 22 referendum, which we issued last year, we issued the bonds for that last year. That tax rate impact has not been put in place yet. What we talked about last year was doing that at the same time as the impact for this current or the most recent 2024 referendum. And on a combined basis, the tax rate impact that we talked about last year that we're still looking at is 1.8 cents. That is lower than what was disclosed as part of the referenda, particularly tied to 2022 as the timing was deferred a little bit, got better interest rates. That overall tax rate impact is lower than what was originally anticipated. And Beverly pointed this out as well. That 1.8 cents is based upon today, current tax valuation and assumes a 4.25% natural growth for fiscal year 20 to change other existing tax rates as part of the revaluation. But again, a little early in the process, don't want to make assumptions about that. So when you're thinking the 1.8 cents, think about that compared to your current tax rate. Okay. Next up is the community college. Same exact setup here. Debt service requirements underneath the green banner, revenue requirements under the brown banner, and annual surpluses, deficits under the blue banner. And what we see is there's a little bit of longer period of time where we have the deficits here under the community college affordability plan. Again, this is combined with K through 12 together make up the education fund, but they are tracked separately. Just like the schools, there was a tax rate impact identified as part of the community college referendum. We're currently calculating about 0.3 was the community college bonds were voted in 2022, not last year. So for The schools and the community college combined were showing about a 2.1 cent impact as a result of the referenda and issuing those bonds under the referenda. Okay? Last model here is the county model. Brown is the revenue available. Blue is the surplus versus deficit. The $13 million of general obligation 2/3 bonds that are being considered for the Judicial Center renovations, those are factored in and they fit within the cash flows that are dedicated to the county model. So no additional impact tied to the issuance of the 2/3 bonds. See y'all taking a few notes, so I'm pausing here. All right, not last thing, but wanted to provide some perspective. Knew you all would be talking about the potential jail project today. So we just ran an example of what this could look like at the $150 million level, right? So assuming we add $150 million of debt to this county model, what does that do to the cash flow? We know you can cash flow the 2/3 bonds for the Judicial Center renovations. When we add an additional $150 million of debt on top of that, we do see deficits now. And it would be the equivalent of about 2 pennies in fiscal year 26, just over 2 pennies, 2.05 pennies that would be required to fund both the 2/3 bonds and an additional $150 million. Again, that's in today's tax rate. It doesn't reflect any adjustments that would occur to the value of a penny from the revaluation process.
Is that assuming a general obligation bond for the jail, or?
This assumes a 5% interest rate and a 20-year level principal amortization term. We think that 5% is a good planning rate to assume for either general obligation bonds or limited obligation bonds.
And the total assumed debt is $150 million, is that correct?
150 million plus 13 million of the 2/3 bonds.
Correct, so we're just calculating 150 million in for a potential jail project. So
In this
obviously-
example, yes, sir.
Correct, so obviously, if the cost goes up, then the impact of the tax rate would go up.
Yes, sir.
The 13 million was for the Judicial Center?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. The 2/3 bonds, and those are being anticipated to be issued alongside the school GO bonds and the community college GO bonds. The 2/3 GO bonds, this is what I kind of alluded to earlier, it is one of the exceptions to holding a referendum for GO bonds. Statutorily, you can issue 2/3 of the principal amount you retire in any given fiscal year. But the way the calculation works is if you issue debt, new bonds, in a prior fiscal year, you lose that 2/3 capacity. So the timing of this is really important. If you want to take advantage of the 2/3 bonds, it has to be done at the same time as the school and the community college bonds.
Just one thing I wanted to say about this debt model is this is a snapshot in time as of today, as if we were going to move forward to issue that bond next fiscal year for the tax rate impact to happen. So as time goes forward and you actually are making decisions, expect this to change, because as time goes along, we are paying down debt over time. So that frees up capacity within your current tax rate. So it could go down, it could go up, depending on what the market does and where our tax values are. But just a disclosure, snapshot as of today and the best estimates that we have as of today.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. We're assuming this gets issued now. Based upon the schedule I saw earlier, March 27-ish to be done with design for the jail. We're really talking at the end of fiscal year 27 or the beginning of fiscal year 28 that we would even be in a position to issue bonds for the jail project under that time frame. And so your debt service wouldn't start until fiscal year 28, fiscal year 29 timeframe. We're assuming that you would have a half a year's of interest payment in this upcoming year under this approach. So that would improve the results of this as that gets delayed.
So just 2 points I want to toss out there real quick. Earlier, we were told the judicial center was not going to be 13 million, it was going to be 14.8. Oh, cash, okay. Okay, so
Right,
that's the
so-
difference between the 13 million. So I'm glad I asked because I don't think that was,
You weren't thinking about, we didn't
Yeah.
tell you the whole scope
Mhm.
of some
Right.
cash and some.
okay. So, so we must have a lot of cash. So.
Well, during the budget process, there was about $1.8 million
There
of
you go.
available fund balance from the prior year's unassigned fund balance that we appropriated to start some design work and preliminary design work leading up to the construction for that project.
Gotcha. I'll
So
make
as we look at the debt models, we are only looking at what we need to finance, not
Okay.
the overall total project cost.
Well, I'm glad I asked because
Yes.
I was like, wait now, maybe you don't have current information.
No, no.
Because I'm like, I don't have 13 million, I have 14.8, so thank you for that.
My apologies.
Oh, no, thank you for that, thank you for that
Right,
explanation.
and that's part of, what our job is as we get the entire master plan for CIP is, it's a phased approach. So if we can afford to pay for design with cash, we
Yeah.
will. Because the local government commission also is involved in this process from start to finish. And they want us to guarantee when we come to them to finance that that is the true construction cost and that we can afford to do the project based on all of our funding sources added together.
And so, so thank you for helping me figure those numbers out. Part of that was cash that takes away from the 14.8. The second question I have, was when the board was asked to vote on that $14.8 million for the judicial center, and I may have this wrong because it was a while ago, but I thought we were not going to have a tax increase.
There is no tax increase associated with that.
Associated with
So
the
if you go
judicial
back to
center.
this
Yeah,
first
that's just
county
prior.
model, there is no tax rate impact because it's a 2/3 general obligation bond. So that means you already have that amount of debt outstanding in prior years. And as you're paying that debt off, you already have the tax rate in place to cover the new debt service for a 2/3 general obligation bond.
So this, 2.05 penny, does not include the judicial center,
It's baked into,
Only
the jail.
50 million in addition to that, they have to calculate
They have to
the
model
13 million in there,
Mm-hmm.
but that didn't equal a tax rate increase. So that 2.05 is because of the 150.
Just the jail, okay.
Well, it includes, so page 111. Page 111, I think it's the top page maybe that you have there. This is just the judicial center only.
Okay.
Only the judicial center. We then take page 111 with the judicial center, and on page 112, column C, we now add another 150 million on top of the judicial center. And that's where we start to see that additional revenues are required.
Okay.
So if we already know that you as a board have taken action on a prior bond, whether it's a 2/3 or it's an installment financing contract that we're entering into, like when we bought the Progress Building, we're going to already factor that into what is your total overall financial impact. We're not going to exclude it because then we would be shorting what the actual increase of the property tax rate would need to be.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Of our total debt service of 55.8 million and change, how much is that is interest and principal versus principal?
One second.
I guess I could do that.
No, you're good. Got it right here. So as of June 30, 24, 415.5 million of principal, 120.8 million of interest.
I'm sorry?
That's the outstanding debt.
No.
So
What
just
was the question?
2026?
debt
Oh, I'm
service-
sorry, just 2026. My apologies.
No, 2025.
20.
Debt service of 55,855,000. How much was principal, how much was interest?
39.8 million of principal, 16.05 million of interest.
16, I'm sorry, what?
0.05, 16 million.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. I mentioned this earlier, and this is something about combining funding methods, right? And PAYGO was one of those options. And so I know talked about this a little bit with staff, and they shared some information with us. So you all entered into a lease with Atrium Health of right at $54 million, and you receive annual lease payments over the term of that lease every year. Under that lease, and it was the initial term of the lease went out to 2061, and there's an option for them to renew for an additional 25 years. You all as a county maintained like a put option, an option to sell the hospital outright, not lease it to Atrium during that time frame. And within that lease agreement, there's a schedule of calculating what that sale price would be. As of right now, that the sale price, if you sold it to them as opposed to leasing it to them, would be about $128 million that you could sell it to them for. If you sold it, you would no longer receive that annual lease payment back. That annual lease payment is about $6.2 million a year right now, and it increases by 1% every 5 years. So it resets every 5 years, grows by 1%. So that's, again, current, not factoring in reval, current tax rate, that's about $0.015 on the tax rate that you're receiving from that lease. So just for perspective, we looked at an analysis of what if you exercise your option to sell that hospital property. You'd get the $128 million up front. You could choose, if you wanted to apply that to a capital project. It's not the type of thing that we would suggest using to supplement operating costs, right? Because it's one-time dollars. You don't want to fund ongoing expenses with that. So looking at capital projects, you could consider applying that to a capital project. Again, keeping in mind, like you all have been talking about today, what's the operating impact, right? Well, you lose the equivalent of about 1.5 pennies that would likely need to be replaced. But just focusing on the capital side of things, if you apply that $128 million to the example $150 million jail, that would reduce your borrowing from $150 million to $22 million.
Well, you're assuming Atrium would pay that much.
They have to, it's in the agreement. And so if you were to do that, only borrow the $22 million, that would eliminate the need for the tax rate impact. You can cash flow under your existing resources, you can cash flow $22 million of additional debt, and there's a little bit of cushion left over. Now, you still would have to replace the operating lease payment that you would be losing on the other side as well. So just thought that may be helpful perspective. Just I know folks have been looking at all of the options. So
yeah, so we asked Beverly and Mitch to look at this because first off, I wasn't even sure if most of you knew that we own a hospital. So we own a hospital, and we lease that hospital to Atrium, and they've been paying, for a number of years. But there is a contractual arrangement that if we ever want to exercise that and sell that to Atrium, they have to purchase it. And there's a schedule, as Mitch indicated, of what those prices are every year. And it does go up over time. Part of the nuance with this is it will continue to grow until such a time that, and we don't know when that'll be, when the certificate of need, the way that is in the statutes changes. If you've been paying any attention to what's going on around the country and especially in North Carolina, there's a lot of movement to try and get rid of the certificate of need. And when you do that, eliminate that certificate of need,
provision, then whatever the price is at that time, it doesn't grow anymore for us. Now, is that a year from now? Is that 10 years from now? None of us know the answer to that. We know that there's discussions. We know it's an issue that's really national, but we don't know when and if that might happen. What we wanted to show you is if the board wanted to find alternative ways to fund a major capital project, a jail, whatever, there are some ways to fund that that would reduce a tax burden. It doesn't make it go away, it just would reduce it to some degree. So I just wanted to show you that so that we're transparent on what your options are if you make a decision on a major project.
So on that note, I've got a couple of questions about this scenario. So first of all, if I understand correctly, and please staff, correct me if I'm wrong. So the contract that we currently have with Atrium is that if we decided to sell the hospital, the most that we can get from that sale, as it stands today, is $128.2 million. Is that, am I?
That's if you exercise the put price as it is in today. Every year it changes. So if you make a decision on another year, it goes up. Another year it goes up from that. So if you made the decision to do it within this year, it's at that 128 million.
Okay. And then on the surface, looking at this model, I think that we can all agree, hey, it'd be great to have $128 million, and,
sure.
and sort of an injection there into our finances. However, there's other things to consider with this because, obviously the lease agreement that we have provides to the county
$6.2 million.
$6.2 million annually, which is the equivalent of 1.5 cents on our tax rate.
Yes, sir.
So if we sold it, you would essentially be trading 2 cents for 1.5.
You'd be trading cash for an increase in your tax rate.
Correct.
That's what you'd be doing.
That's what you'd be doing. So, and you're not backfilling, that recurring annual income.
That's correct.
From the tax rate. And then I think this is also important to understand too. And again, please correct me if I'm wrong, but Atrium is listed as a nonprofit, correct?
They're a governmental entity.
Okay, so should we complete this purchase, you're not backfilling any of this with ad valorem tax revenue.
No, you're not.
So there's no taxable revenue here. It's not like we can sit there and say, oh, well, we're gonna get some tax money off of this.
Right.
We're done.
That's correct.
It's a one-shot deal.
It's a one-shot deal. And sorta, yeah. And so that makes me a little nervous. And one thing I questioned is this $128.2 million? Obviously, we got the bullet here that this was an agreement entered into in 2011, but what's the going rate for a hospital right now?
That's a very good question. Very good because, some other facilities have sold in.
Sure, it would depend on how many beds and.
It does,
Stuff
absolutely.
like that.
But, there's a fair market, value that we have to look at with this. And again, listen, I don't know the first thing about evaluating the fair market value of a hospital, but what I'll say is that I would think that it's gonna be more than $128.2 million.
It may very well.
And I mean, I did a quick Google search on this last night, go to what we have here in the county, or I should say here in Monroe, but it could be 300 million, it could be 500 million. I mean, some of these big, things that the state's done has well exceeded the cost of that. And so.
And we have a new hospital. How much did that cost?
What do you mean?
Installings, the hospital
installings.
installings. And Waxhaw, and it's my understanding that in order to build the one installings, Monroe had to give up X number of beds to do that in the contractual agreement. The Monroe Hospital lost beds like right before a pandemic. they had to eliminate a certain number of beds in order to build the new hospital in Stallings.
Some of the beds were shifted to Stallings, that is correct.
Well, okay, yeah,
They were shifted over.
we can say it that way too.
That's right. So, I mean, you all make great points, absolutely. There is no magic bullet that we've got $128 million and that it's all upside. There's a lot of what ifs, there's a lot of possible negatives. It's just an option, honestly. Yes, sir.
All right, you say the price, like if we sell next year, will be a little bit more. Does the lease go up?
The lease goes up periodically. I think Mitch said
Every
about
5
1%.
years by 1%.
1% every 5 years. And I'm not sure where we are in that 5-year time frame, but it doesn't go up significantly, but it goes up over time.
And it is tied to that CON, so if the CON is repealed, both the lease and the put price freeze at that point in time.
And it won't go up.
And it won't go up anymore.
Yeah. Now, the hospitals are desperately trying to get the CON changed.
I bet.
So it's in their best interest for the General Assembly to remove that, which then makes the value of our hospital less, because it freezes it at that point in time. I'm not saying that'll happen a year or 10 years from now, but they are aggressively looking at that nationwide, not just here in North Carolina.
Does the Jesse Helms Center go with the hospital? Is that entirely separate? Jesse Helms?
It's separate.
It's separate. And all the outbuildings are separate?
I believe so. The Union EMS owns their main base over there.
Mhm.
I'd have to clarify whether that's part of the hospital or not, but I think that's separate as well.
And Mr. Holmes, I agree with you. I mean, valuing hospitals is not our necessarily expertise as well. I kind of thought a lot about that also, right? And so a couple of things that sort of as I was thinking through it, doesn't necessarily change anything you've said, and we are not necessarily advocating for this. This is just informational. But you also got the 54 million up front, right? And so if you adjust that, just use BLS's inflation calculator, that 54 million today would be the equivalent of 76 million. And then you've received 14 years, give or take, of that around $6 million of lease payments. So just, round numbers, like 70 to 75 million of lease payments. So,
I'm not sure, okay, so that 54 million that was received, wasn't that used to construct the DHS building on Highway 601? So it's not like we have it.
it's not that
We
you
don't have it in
but
the bank,
it's
we received an upfront
We
payment.
received it and used it.
That is correct.
Yeah, so
It's
just-
gone.
Yeah.
We used it for that, sorry.
Ooh.
We used it for that, and if you recall, you may not recall, in all the early 2000s, all the debt that we issued was variable rate debt, and there was swaps attached to every single piece of that variable rate debt. So as we exited the variable rate debt mode and went into a fixed rate debt mode, those swaps still had to be paid off. So yes, we did use it to build the Human Services campus, and we paid our easier to manage.
So I guess where I was going with that is, if you adjust the upfront payment for time value of money to today, and then look at what you've received annually, I can't do the math on the fly that quickly on that, but that's about another 75 million, give or take. So that's about 150 million that you've received out of that hospital to date, and then if you sold it now, it's another 128 million. So that's maybe the total amount that you would receive if you were to sell it today, if you think about it that way in terms of value of the hospital. Again, I'm like you. I don't know if that's dead on or if that's way too low, but I think another consideration, not just the 128 million.
So I think what I'm hearing you say is the value of that hospital will be around 200 million. If you factored in what they paid up front.
No, probably more along the lines of over 300.
Yeah, I would say if you sold it and you took all the dollars you received in the past and adjusted them for the time value of money through today, adjust them for inflation through today, it would be the equivalent of over $300 million.
Yeah, but that money's gone.
Right. Again, we're not, we agree.
I see what you're saying.
Just,
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I just, as Mr. Helms was doing the same thing that I did in the past, is like, well, 128 million, like how much is this hospital really worth? I'm not answering that question for you, but if you answer that question, what do you compare it to? Is it the 128 or is it all
Well,
that
they paid
you,
up front.
all
Right.
that you've received on that hospital?
Right.
Just may or may not be helpful.
And I just, Mitch, I think you said it, the current agreement goes through 2061 with a 25-year option that Atrium can exercise. So at the very least, we know we're in this till 2061, possibly till 2086, unless there is a renegotiation of that contract, which I don't.
Okay.
2061.
All right. Hang on a second, Patrick. So this current agreement that was negotiated in 2011 goes to 2061.
Yes.
And then at that point, Atrium can trigger an option for an additional 25 years without renegotiation or the county's consent.
That's my understanding of it.
Yeah.
Because we consented to it on the
Yeah,
front.
the only, I think the only thing that we have is whether we demand the put price. If we demand the put price, which is the sell of it, then we get whatever the schedule is. But we don't get to say no to the option if they exercise.
That'd be a great deal.
Okay, all right. So basically, the county has zero leverage in asking for a renegotiation here or.
If you want to wait until about 2090, maybe, you know. You might have some then.
Hopefully I'm not around by that time. But yeah, so we have zero leverage at this point.
At this point, yes, sir. Our leverage is only in the put price. I mean, say we want the put price, that's our only leverage.
And then the put
Another way
price
of
is
saying
at
that is that all of the material terms that you guys are thinking about right now, those were negotiated in 2011. Parties hashed that out, and that was actually a renegotiation of a lease that began in 1995 and was amended several times through the years. And I can tell you for just historical reference here. Original lease was in August of 1995. It was amended in 97, 99, 2000, 2004, 2005, and 2005 again. And then this current agreement that we have, which has also been amended a little bit here and there, is essentially a 2011 renegotiation of that, where all this was laid out and it was set. It was just, the bargain was struck at that time, and that's the one we're living with today.
And you're referring to 2011?
2011.
Again, all we want to do is be transparent, make sure you have all the options and all the facts on the table. We are not advocating you do it or don't do it. It's just making sure you have that information available.
Do you have any other options?
Donations, yeah, those would be good.
Yeah, we could. I mean, you know, we're talking about, you know, a really wonderful county. I think Union County's the best of the best. You know, just to give you a baseline from where I'm sitting, the county, I think the average constituent would say, would I rather have a jail or would I rather have a hospital?
Sure.
You know, if I had a stroke or a heart attack, or if I was going to deliver a baby, do I want to go to a jail or do I want to go to a hospital? And I think we need our hospital. And I don't think we want to leave that into the control of a mega healthcare provider that, you know, there could be a hostile takeover. You know, what happens if they get bought out, and, you know, what happens then? I think relinquishing our control over such a cornerstone in Union County, I think about the years of Union County Public Schools working to put the medical sciences program you know, so that our young people could, you know, potentially have a career when they graduated, you know, because not every position in a hospital is a doctor or a nurse. It takes a lot of everything, and we've been exposing our students to, you know, healthcare fields because of that hospital. And me personally, I have no interest in selling that hospital.
Again, what we're looking for, and I appreciate that, I think for us, you know, what we will do is continue to watch the CON front. I think that's important. When we know more about what's going on with that, obviously that may affect the A board's decision whenever that happens. If the board is more comfortable just saying, thank you for the information, don't build that into a debt model, that's fine. We will make sure that's not built into a future debt model, but this was just to make sure you could see the impact.
Doesn't their contract, or does it require future capital investment by them to improve the hospital?
So they're the ones who, they you know, they pay all the light bills, they maintain it,
No,
they
I mean,
do all, it
physically
does not
improve
necessarily have any
That's not
capital.
in the contract at all?
They're responsible for the decisions on what capital they put in there. It's not a mandatory capital, that I'm aware of in that contract. So if they make decisions to make investments, that's really up to them. Now, they have made investments, they have.
So this CON situation, has that been voted on by the House or the Senate or any of our state legislators sponsoring, co-sponsoring? What's the status of that?
So the CON laws, it's not just one law, it's a number of them. Certificates of need are a way to allocate the market among North Carolina counties to underserved areas. One side of this says this is a way to make sure that underserved areas otherwise get hospital beds, ambulatory surgery centers, mental health beds, all the things that you would think of in healthcare. The other side points to the fact that the hospitals sit on and control most of the board that itself decides how much of a healthcare market there is going to be in a particular area. So over the years, hospitals and healthcare providers have generally liked CON laws because it gives them an opportunity to have some pretty heavy influence into what happens in the market. However, at one point, there were about 22 or so states, and the information I'm citing now goes back probably 15 years at this point. So it's changed since then, and that number has gone down. CON states have gone down. They've got the trend nationally has been to get away from CON laws and allow sort of the healthcare market to do what the healthcare market does. North Carolina has been chipping away at the CON structure. It's not yet touched the thing that Atrium probably cares the most about, but it's been in discussion, and it's in discussion annually, and then there's some sort of compromise, and it's a smaller change, and it comes up again, and there's a smaller change. At some point, they will have a very serious discussion about whether to abolish the CON laws in total or the one that matters most to Atrium. When that happens, you no longer have an investment that appreciates year over year. You have an investment that freezes, and because inflation goes on year over year, you have an investment that gets less valuable over time. And that's, I think, what the manager was pointing to, is if that happens, the financial math changes a good bit, because you don't get escalated lease payments, you don't get an escalated put price. You get what you got the day the CON law went away.
Okay, so where do we stand in the House and the Senate? Like, I mean, is this being written? Is this being voted on? Is this like?
As a topic,
have you spoken to Union County legislators?
As a topic, it is constantly under discussion. It's one of those big deal pieces of legislation that you never really see fully take shape until the end of a legislative session. There was, in the recent past, a version of this that would have potentially affected Union County and its put price. And we did make some efforts at that time. I don't recall why the vote went away at that time. We made some efforts to try to get some carve-outs to protect Union County. There was some discussion about that. I don't know that that made a lot of headway at the end of the day, and ultimately it didn't matter. That version of the CON law went away. Either the House voted it and the Senate didn't consent, or vice versa. But that went away.
How long ago was that? I mean, was that like
in recent history.
That was roughly 2 years ago, I'm gonna say. Yeah.
About 2 years ago.
Thank you.
So, we're not sure when and if it will come back up, but we think it will at some point. All right, any more questions for me? All right, so I want to point out.
Of course.
That we are a little behind schedule. We're actually supposed to be done at 3:30. We've got a number of, but that's okay. This was good discussion, a lot of good information. First off, you want to take a break. It's very long. The second, do you want to continue going or do you want to reschedule some of these other items? Because we do have a couple of other items. We are going to. The last one, strategic issues, we're gonna save that for another time. But you still have, I'm sorry, just strategic issues continue. The one with South Piedmont Regional Update, we do want to do that. And we were going to talk to you about strategy and innovation. So do you want to give us another hour or what's your thought?
So, Brian,
Hold on.
well, we've been whispering over here. The only one that is pressing today is the Regional Autopsy Center. We can bring the rest back at board meetings to be aware of everyone's time, because we do think the autopsy discussion is going to take a little more than a half hour. So if you all are okay with it, we'll take a quick break, we'll do the regional autopsy, and then we'll bring the rest back at various board meetings throughout the next few months.
Is that all right with you? All right, well, that's what we'll do. I'm glad.
Thank you very much. And I think we'll probably need 10 or 15 minutes, and really it's up to you and any questions you have, but wanted to give you an update on where we are since December with the start of the Regional Autopsy Center. And I have with me today Dr. Jonathan Prevett, who is the pathologist doing the work. And so in just a second, I'll introduce him, and then he can tell you a little bit about his background. And if you have any questions for either of us, we're happy to answer those. These are just recaps of the counties: Rowan, Stanley, Moore, Richmond, and Gaston. I'll just remind you that the three first counties listed here, Union, Anson, and Cabarrus, were our priority counties because those were the ones that were originally moved from the Mecklenburg office to the Raleigh office, and then when the General Assembly started making changes. Reminder bullet points: the change that we had made from going from Mecklenburg to Raleigh, immediate work that the county began to identify a local solution as part of the legislative goals, and the delegation members that were very supportive, particularly Representative Arp, who really pushed this solution on our behalf, and were successful in getting a regional office in Union County with funding provided from the state of the $20 million in capital funding and $2 million in operational funding. And then additionally, I think the last time I was with you in December, I showed you the breakout of the $5,800 fee amount that counties have to pay for autopsies that are done. So that would also be coming when we're doing autopsies for other counties, and that's shared between the state and the county of residence. We became available for Union County cases December 17th, and Dr. Prevett was busy kind of the first few days and did several autopsies. Had 3 in December, 6 in January, and to date we've had 4 for Union County, and then we became available for Anson County cases February the 1st. And we've had 2 cases from Anson County, and then we are working toward a March 1 go-live date for Cabarrus County. Now, we do expect that Cabarrus is going to be one of the, at least it looks like historically, has had a heavier caseload. So that will give us some additional experience to figure out some of the working back and forth with the state. That's what I've spent a lot of time, still spending a lot of time talking with the state office and how our systems work together. Because you've got the chief medical examiner, as we've talked about before, and then you've got Dr. Prevett doing the work here as a pathologist, and then there are transportation companies involved, there are local medical examiners involved. So there are lots of pieces, and then that looks different in every community. That looks a little bit different. Like in Anson, they have 2 local medical examiners who are doing that local investigative work, and they have 1 transport company. Cabarrus, 3 transport companies, about 13 local medical examiners that do their work. So it's just a different thing that we have to tackle each time we add a county. You know, we went through this before, the Are We Ready, using which location. So we've got the short-term temporary location at the county's morgue at the hospital that we are using, that Atrium has been a big supporter of and has been working with how that facility is used. And then we were able to get Dr. Prevett on, who I would say we have been working on this project for over a year together to be up and ready to run. He's looked at locations. He's had lots of conversations with me about how this would work. And then I think he was more thrilled than anybody to finally be ready to take the cases here locally. And so I'll just briefly introduce him. Dr. Prevett grew up in the area in Union County, lives in Mecklenburg now, and Charlotte with his wife and kids. He went to ECU for his undergraduate and graduate work, and then I'll let him tell you more about what he's done, where he's worked, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Hello, thanks for having me. I'll be brief. So after I finished medical school at East Carolina University, so I lived out in the eastern part of the state as well. I went to Chapel Hill, and that's where I did my pathology training. And at that time, the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner was in Chapel Hill on the campus of the hospital. And so I did my fellowship, forensic pathology fellowship, within the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, and at that time it was in Chapel Hill, and now that office is in Raleigh. And I worked there for a year on their staff once I completed my fellowship training. And then I went out to East Carolina University. North Carolina has a weird system. They have a state medical examiner system, but it's not funded as a state system, so that's why you have individual entities like now Union County that contract with the state to perform those duties. East Carolina does this work as a university, they have a medical school and a pathology department, so they have a forensics division. I worked there for approximately 2.5 years when the job in Charlotte came available, and that's how I ended up back in this area. And then when Union County used to be with Mecklenburg, well, they didn't used to be with Mecklenburg. Originally, they may have had their own people here, and then they were at the state office, or I might have that backwards, but then they came to Mecklenburg, which is really the biggest explanation. The state took Union County back over, and then once they announced that they were going to build this facility, Ms. Lancaster got with me and started talking about how that was going to work, and I think it's an exciting opportunity. It's not very often you actually get an opportunity to build something in an existing statewide system like that. And this is a very complicated system because it's a state function, but it's county administered, at least for Union County and Mecklenburg. It's hospital administered, like at Wake Forest University and at East Carolina University. And you can speak to that, but it can be very confusing on like what all the moving pieces are and who the people are and how everything works.
We're glad to have him. I think I've said to many people, the pathologist is the key to how this works. You can't do it without a pathologist. And pathologists are limited supply. There's not a big pipeline of pathologists. And so being able to get someone of his caliber who wanted to work on this project was really important. And as he mentioned, I think another really important difference is while Mecklenburg does this as a county, they've been doing it since the 1950s. So it's kind of built into the Mecklenburg DNA of, I don't think, at least when I worked there and managed that office there as well, it was not like it's just part of how the county does their business. The other offices that do this around the state are associated with hospitals or universities. Or both, so that's different. This is unique what we're doing. So it's not just unique for us, it's also unique for the state and how they work with us in figuring out all the pieces of the puzzle. And lots of things that everybody here has done and things that we engage with the state in, it can be incredibly complex and complicated, and this one is absolutely no different than that. So we've really worked on those relationships, and we've gotten to a place, I think, where we're all in a really good place of how we're working this out. On the way down here, Jonathan and I were talking about, we are relieving them. The work he's doing and the work we're doing here is relieving the pressure that they have statewide because they're serving numerous counties. So I think they're finally coming on board to see that as a positive. But we will learn more, obviously, with our Cabarrus cases. And then from there, Montgomery County has reached out and said, hey, can we be next? And we said, give us a minute. Let's figure out, let us get through Cabarrus, because we do think that volume will help us learn some more things about how this works. And then we'll start to add other counties on. And then we're also in the process of the procurement process with the designer firm being selected. I think we have interviews next week. For that new facility that will come on board. And so all that process is continuing to go parallel to use this temporary facility, short-term facility. And so outreach coordination, that's what we'll continue to do. Additional staff resource capacity, and know that position of business manager is being recruited. And then, facility coordination and the required reporting that we have to do monthly. And then there's some biannual reporting that has to happen as well to the state. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Michelle.
Sure.
And thank you for being here as well. Just a real quick question about like the location, moving forward of a permanent facility. Is there any I would assume that we would look for like a place that would be strategically located. And is there any kind of like legalities at play that it has to be away from this facility, or I guess I'm just trying to understand better
It would have
what
to,
we would be
right.
looking for in a permanent
It would have to be
location.
zoned in the right place, but I think the location that's been identified is property that the county's already acquired adjacent to the sheriff's office. And so the 74 corridor actually we think is perfect. So the hospital where it is now is good, and being close to the hospital is probably still a good thing. But we think for these other counties coming, that's a really good, we looked at some other locations that part would have been tricky. So we think this is a good spot going forward.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you brought that up because, obviously with our discussions about jail projects and, whether we can salvage anything in the existing jail property, I think it's good that we're looking at something that we maybe already have this in close proximity. So thank you.
You're welcome.
And since you mentioned the hospital, I do want to give a shout out to Atrium Union. I mean, without them, it would have been way more difficult to do what we're doing.
Right. Yeah. The county built a morgue in that hospital, which had essentially not really been used that much, and they had kept it, and it's in great condition for what he needs it for. It's a little small, but it's good.
Parkwood?
Okay.
So I just want to take this opportunity to say in person, thank you very much. So this actually came to my office about 2.5, almost 3 years ago with Representative Dan Bishop. And we were working with Tony Underwood and Sheriff Kathy on this crisis that had just happened with Mecklenburg no longer being able to service, our the bodies that needed autopsies. And my staff, we immediately reached out to Representative Dean Arp and Todd Johnson, and they told us this would never happen. They told us that, this would not happen. We might could talk in 5 years, but we felt pretty defeated when we left that meeting until I talked to Michelle Lancaster. And so I just have to say, as soon as I started talking to Michelle, you had resources. She started talking to you and working with the sheriff office and everything. I just want to say thank you, because when we were working out of Congressman Bishop's office, trying to get the ball rolling on this, I did not think this was going to happen. But thanks to the collaboration here, it happened.
Thank you very much.
In a very short amount of time. Like you said, a very complex subject matter, and just thank you very much for for being the yes when we were being told no.
You're very welcome. I have a way about me at times. Any other
questions for Michelle? No? All right. Well, that is the end.
Thank you.
We're gonna schedule the other stuff for another time. I do want to say thank you for the board for taking time out of your day. All right. I want to say thank you for taking time out of your day to come and spend here and get a lot of information here. I know it's like drinking from a fire hydrant because there's a lot of stuff. But I also wanted to say thank you to Maribel, who actually put all this together. She did a great job.
Great job.
From all the little signs to tell you how to get here, to set up all of the stuff, she really did, go that extra effort, that extra mile to make sure this was like a great event. So I really appreciate that. I don't have anything else to present unless the board has questions of us.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to bring this up, but we got behind in time and I didn't know when the appropriate thing. So maybe we could discuss this at another meeting, maybe even a joint meeting with UCPS. But on our capital plan next year, we have $4 million in design for a new UCPS headquarters. I don't know where that's going. I don't know the pleasure of the board on that.
Sure.
But I would like to have some kind of discussion amongst ourselves, and then if appropriate, bring up at a joint meeting with UCPS to address or decide on that issue. The other thing is, I think in a future agenda of a meeting, I would like to see under capital, I'd like to see a discussion of some of the stormwater challenges in our county. And maybe starting to think about, yeah, exactly. We're gonna have to work with our municipalities, but it is infrastructure, and as we grow, it's going to become more of an issue. There are parts of the Wesley Chapel area where it's already an issue. So I would like to, as staff determines the appropriate way, to have some kind of discussion about options that the county may or may not look at for that. But I thank everybody for putting this together. Did a great job. And this is a beautiful facility, but I hope it gets used like it should.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just to make a couple comments. So first of all, thank you to staff. Thank you for everyone being here, all the folks that presented information to the board. On the subject of stormwater, maybe it would be more prudent to kind of give us, at some point, when we can work this in, an update on what we've done to this point, because I think in the past year, we've made some changes to our stormwater mitigation. We do have some ongoing projects with Indian Trail, I believe, and maybe Wesley Chapel, things that we have looked at there in regards to stormwater. I think previously, the topic of a stormwater utility has come up. However, the pleasure of the board has been that that's not an avenue that we want to go down at this point.
That's correct.
So there may be some other opportunities for us to look at stormwater mitigation, but I think it may be helpful for new members to kind of see where we were, what we've done, to this point, and obviously, if staff does have recommendations for further mitigation, then that can be considered.
No, I agree. Great.
I agree, because about a year and a half ago, we had several constituents in the Wesley Chapel area that came to the board needing help in their communities. And I think an update on what staff discovered and where we are today would be very helpful.
We will put that together for you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Anything else?
Okay.
That's all for us then.
Okay.
Want to adjourn?
Okay, motion to adjourn? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
All right.
Aye. Good night.
Thank you all. Have a safe trip home.